This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately.
All right. Hey, look at no bells and whistles, but yes, we did hit 100,000 finally. All right. Seemed like it was a possibility a month and a half ago or something. Yeah, it just kept on going. But guess what today is, guys? A new month that we're starting up. So, or the new year and a new month. Thank you, Kubi. Congratulations. Get it, everybody? Congratulations. Thank you. From the website, Deborah. The actual forest webcam camera, you know, it was on the website, and the camera was facing one direction. There was a night camera, and then you can also it doesn't move, so then it recorded during the day. So I was able to take the day image and overlay it over the top of the night, and that allows you to see you can make out some of the same characteristics, the lake and everything. And you can see the car going into the water. So the vehicle, Kylie Rodney's vehicle, goes in the water exactly when her phone died. All right, so there's still a bunch of crazy people out there that think that it's some weird conspiracy theory, that it's fake. It's a fake video. There's a couple of lunatics actually that think that's a fake video. That the fire camera video was faked by somebody, put out on the fire camera website, and somehow, yeah, it's just, people are unbelievable. I got to tell you. All right. So for those that are new on here, I do shows every single night of the week. And like 7 days a week, 3 to 4 hours a day. And the freaks all support the channel with super chats and channel memberships, PayPal, whatever. And then, you know, if it doesn't really matter how well how good the month is, I still donate around over 50% actually of the net revenue from YouTube. And so this last year we just finished, we donated $62,250 from the actual income from the channel. All right, so if we could get this month started off nicely, that would be awesome. The new year even. Thank you, Amy Celeste. Very cool, very cool. And thank you to Roger H in a PayPal earlier. That was very kind of you. Thank you very much. TTJO Tracy, Tina, Emily on the previous show. And there was a Marilyn O'Malley in there. The Mike D Experience. Yeah, you know, I put out that video earlier today. It was absolutely crazy. It got I mean, it's just got more views than any video that I've made in this case so far. I mean, what was so different about the video that I put out today compared to others? I really don't understand it. Was it the timing of it, or? It's pretty wild. Pretty wild. Welcome, Paul K. Hey, it's Mag. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, and by the way, we're actually at, look at 100,631, and that's because on that video that I put out, it has 500 and some odd subscribers just from that video alone. It's weird, right? And I also want to thank all the freaks out there that have made, allowed me to keep doing the show all the time and reach the milestone, and all the mods that have helped out over the years, and different individuals, that send me links. And I mean, there's so many of you, it's hard to just say, oh yeah, so and so sent me link. But there's links, and I try to put things together the way I do it. Thank you, Bright-Eyed Girl. I know there's somebody else doing a live stream with a panel currently on the case. The same person who said that Brian Laundrie was still alive, even though they found his skull, and he was a guy on Twitter. Yeah. Hey, thank you so much, Quietly Frozen. The coolest name in YouTube history. And the obligatory... There you go. Really? Why is that, Susan? They just put that in the algorithm? Yes, play his videos more when he gets to 100,000. I don't know. Hey, I was going to play you guys this. You guys remember this conversation? I think it's right here. All right, this is the one with Misty Gillis. I think it was right around the 20-minute mark. This is back in early December.
You guys do amazing things. I mean, it's, when I can tell a department, so the department with the victim I just spoke about.
Hold on, I gotta get, hold on.
From Idaho.
Gotta get to the middle monitor here.
Department with the victim I just spoke about.
I guess we'll play it from there.
No, you do. You guys do amazing things.
That's
I mean,
us.
It's, when I can tell a department, so the department with the victim I just spoke about, the new case, they emailed me Thursday, I think, when I messaged you, or maybe, no, God, I'm getting my days mixed up. It must have been Monday. And they said, we have this case. Do you have any way to fund the case? And I immediately thought of you, and I came to you, and you said yes. And I told them. They were just like, really? Like, it took literally an hour for me to ask you this, and you came back and said, yeah, we've got funding. And I gave credit. I said, yeah, it's Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates and the Freak family. They donate money, and they were just, I was like, you're on board for this, and they were like, absolutely. Like,
yeah, I thought it was so cool. Well, one of the coolest feelings I think for all of us was at the Daniel Armentrout when you did that one press conference with the
oh yeah,
and you were sitting there and he goes, we want to thank all those freaks for what you do, or something. That was so cool.
Yep.
Yeah, that was awesome.
No, it really was.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, I guess you don't really know more than what you know on the Addison County one. That's sort of the one I really want to, I think you guys do too, because it's so old. It'd be freaking awesome.
I really want to work on that case. Like, I'm going to be really upset if it fails QC, and I'm trying to think of other things we can do because they don't want to exhume the bodies again. And,
what's weird is even the kids that were, the two kids there, they're going to be, they'd be 100 years old right now, probably, right? Because they would have been born.
And the thing is, too, they should be in the 1930 census. Like, I'm really interested to see, can I find them in the 1930 census?
Are there any 1920 census? They'd probably be in that one, too, because remember it was 34, but they think they were there even before, I think.
Right.
And if one of them was 12, it might have been, it could have been back to the 20s, I guess.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, so let's see. You've been following the Idaho case. I have this idea. Like, wouldn't it be amazing? Let me ask you, if you really had everything and everybody dropped everything, how quickly do you think it's humanly possible to get something loaded into... Because the genealogy part might take a year or whatever. But what do you think the fastest? Like, okay, you got a guy on the scene, they grab the blood, bring it right down to the lab, boom, get the sequence. Then throw it over to bioinformatics, and bam, they drop everything and it goes right in there. Don't you think, like, 48 hours? I mean, it's just...
No, not 48 hours.
Oh, come on. No, seriously, though. If everybody dropped everything, that was all they cared about.
You could probably do it in a week.
So it takes that long for something to spin around, or... Because
I feel like either the labs notoriously lie to me, or it takes that long to spin around.
Okay, let's just pretend that that's not the case. I mean, well, I guess we can't pretend that. But it just feels like sequencing doesn't take that long, right? Like, literally, if you have a fresh blood from somebody. Like, let's say
I feel like they could probably do it in a couple of days. I feel like it could be done in a couple of days.
The sequencing. And then, but bioinformatics, do you think it would take him a ton of... Because that's all it would go to, straight to them. There's no extraction. There's no...
Yeah, no, if our dude sat down and had no other work to, like, occupy him with and sat down and did it, I think he could get it done in, like, a couple of hours.
So maybe 2.5 days then.
Yeah.
From blood to, like a real simple semen, blood type of thing.
Right. If they literally, like, swabbed the sample and sent it right to the lab and had it sequenced, and as soon as it came out, did bioinformatics, probably a couple of days, yeah.
Yeah, so wouldn't it be amazing? And you get people like you and all the other the amazing genealogists, and there's these hot cases like this where, bam, they've got a DNA sample, the person's not in CODIS. So they load that up to CODIS, because that's how they do it first. But then, boom, I mean, you just get you guys on it, and you guys are right now, within a week, you'd have a name probably on a new, especially if it's let's say a Caucasian male that's 20 years old or something. It seems like it's pretty easy. I mean, a lot easier to find somebody like that.
Oh yeah, right? If it was, for example, somebody who was Idaho stock Caucasian, probably Swedish, Denmark kind of roots or whatever, from Idaho, I feel like it could be solved pretty quickly. I solved the case in Idaho where it was a Caucasian male in 48 hours.
Didn't you? What's the quickest one? You did one like in a few hours once, didn't you? Or like
two, like 2.5 hours. Yeah.
Isn't that the one that was kind of old too, and you just sort of went on a whim down a certain
That was Julie Hanson's murder out of Naperville.
Yeah, that was like last year. It feels like, or the year before, or something like that. But.
Yep.
Yeah. So don't you think it would be amazing if there was like the FBI had everything in a process where they can get it right to bioinformatics, and then these like 4 or 5 genealogists working together, and like, boom, okay, I got this one, and you go off on that branch, boom, 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 bam. It just feels like, it'd be amazing, like how quickly you could do. I mean, find the killer in a case if you had that.
And I feel like with how long has already passed in the Idaho case, that they must have already gone through CODIS, because they probably expedited it, and they probably went through CODIS. So I have to wonder, like, are they looking at genetic genealogy right now?
Yeah, I would. I would think this.
Like they have to be.
I totally agree. I think as soon as they look and see, like, it should be their protocol. When they look and see that it's not in CODIS, they immediately do genealogy, like right now, and get the best out there to do it. Like, and it just it feels like you'd almost be done now if they do have a DNA sample. But, it does depend, though, right? Like on, again, what you were saying about the heritage of the person and how likely.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Come on, you guys. You got to admit that was pretty cool, because that was way before that was the answer. They used genetic genealogy in the case, and we had talked about it on the show 2 weeks or so before that, even. And then she finally came on as a guest, and then I asked them about it. So there you go. That is what they were doing. It's pretty awesome. Hey, thank you, Loretta Reyes. Man, that. Get the music back on again. Have to have that playing. Man, I said like 45,000 times in that little clip there. Whew, wow. I was like, wow. Yeah. Yeah, and I hope that that is what they're doing these days. Collecting. I'm sort of wondering now if that is what that thing that we weren't sure what FBI was doing. Man, they must be tracking themselves somehow. They're tracking something. They've got this technology. And it just didn't occur to me that that was it. Because they seem to come up with these names relatively quickly out of nowhere. But I think once you identify a person, you're then able to get their cell phone data records and then boom, 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 you know, put everything together, then it makes sense. Thanks, Ivan Victor. Ivan's gonna hook me up with some liquor. Yeah, everybody hit that like button, would you? Thank you. I'm just starting to build out the deck on this thing. I'm trying to do it how it looks like it is on there. It's kind of it's a malformed deck too, though. It doesn't just come straight off of here and then like this. It does some weird angle thing. Like, see how that's a little out something differently? I don't know. I'll have to go look at it again. But 12 months of being a Megazoid. Ink 29. Oops, that's not what I was trying to do. I'm trying to get the phone numbers in there for later. All right. Connect. I have a Taco Bell hookup. You have an Ivan. Yeah, there you go. There you go. And I can get the music for the ring on my cell phone. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Let's see. Okay, well, there's information that's come out today, a little bit more, and I communicated with somebody that is one of Brian's classmates in, I think it must have been high school. And they said they didn't really know him that well, but gave me a name of somebody else that possibly, you know, I sent them a message and hopefully they respond, but it's somebody that he had asked out on dates or something. So maybe there's more communication there. We could figure out more about him a little bit. I did hear back from the first one, though, but not the person that was asked out on a date yet. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Somebody else just responded. This person said, all I'll say was what this person said right now. This is one of the other people I wasn't even... I said something to a few different people. He said, I remember that he was in my homeroom class in the 12th grade. My main memory of him is sitting along the back row in the morning before classes, but I don't remember him interacting with anyone. My fiance had class with him back in the 6th grade, and she remembers him as quiet as well, but says he was nice then. Okay, so not a lot of information there, but you know, people that actually knew him. Thank you, Vegas Andrews. Well, we'll just see how that goes. I'm just trying to get a hold of people that have information. Sounds like he was a quiet, shy person. One of the people told me that he was bullied a lot because he was pretty chunky back in grade school, so he was bullied, or high school actually. Thank you, Alley Cake. You guys read? Dennis wrote that's such a cool thing on the 100,000. You know, because Dennis went on like the journey of a lifetime for him, off of one of our shows, a couple of our shows that we did, the Schnee Oberholzer case, and he's gone off, and you know he pretty much invested a big part of his life into. You know, thankfully his girlfriend is really into it with him, so that's good. He's going to be writing a book on Schnee Oberholzer, or he is in the midst of writing it. So we're all going to have to buy that book when it comes out, okay? Every one of us. Yeah, I saw that PS. That's where I got some names. No, I don't see that one. I'm talking about the one where he's in the yearbook, not that one. I don't have that one. Send me that one, PS. I thought you were talking about the yearbook one with who are you talking to, Laura Lee? Nobody knows what that means. Yeah, I just want. Well, once I get the deck in there, and then I'm gonna put back in that landscape that I had down here. And then I'm gonna try to make the house. I might even put the siding and stuff on it if I get really bored. You know, just sort of something to do. But yeah, just have it. Just keep working on it until it looks just like it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 100,000 in donations, that'd be pretty amazing. It's definitely doable if we were able to do what we did. Because the last 3 months, the donations from the channel revenue was $26,000. It was 8, 8, 10. So if you could somehow do that, so that was a 3-month period. There's 4 of those. I mean, that would be... It'd be pretty close. I mean, it'd be over, but that's just so rare and random. I mean, it was just a crazy 3-month period there with a lot of big cases. Did you guys watch the video that I put out earlier? Is it true Scream was heard? We don't know. I think there was, though. It's so there is a time versus the time the car... Yeah, they've timed them all up and everything. It's out there. Yeah. I mean, what do you guys think? Did it make you think? I wonder if he's the stalker that Kaylee was talking about. And again, the source that Daily Mail is using is an unnamed source, but the New York Post mentioned it too. And so I don't know how much weight to give to it, but it seemed pretty reasonable. Now, somebody might be in trouble now, though. There aren't too many people that were probably assigned to tracking him. And then Kaylee Goncalves' father, Steve, has said that they're starting to see connections. Something similar to that. Thank you, Gavel Geek. And Miss Kravitz. Mrs. Kravitz. Yeah, well, here's the thing. He just got there in August, like we were talking about last night. He went all the way from Pennsylvania and somehow was in this grad doctoral program at WSU. And he got there in August. And then he's already killing people in November. So don't you think that it feels to me as if he moved out there that far away as possible from home, to do what he did. He was just going to find his victim. It doesn't seem like he got there and one thing led to another and he freaked out. He seems like he planned this. What do you guys think? Yeah, premeditated. Well, he definitely planned what he did, but I mean, what I'm saying is, it seems like it was even more in advance. In advance, he also chose to be in smaller towns because Pullman isn't really huge, okay? And so, but then he even chooses a smaller town of Moscow, Idaho. Pretty rural area there, to kill the victims, with his base being Pullman, Washington. Yeah, a little bit like a project. Hopefully we'll find out all the details. Yeah, and the probable cause document should have a lot of information. Or the warrant, the arrest warrant, or... Yeah, the probable cause for the arrest. Yeah, well, there's that whole thing about... There's an account that liked their accounts on Instagram. I don't know if that's true or not. It could be that he went to Moscow, Idaho, to choose his victims because it's 10 miles away from his town, in a small town, and he just randomly stumbled upon them. Maybe went into the restaurant that Kaylee and Xana worked at and chose to pick them, got their names somehow. Hey, what's your name? And they say, oh yeah, and then he looks them up. Then he starts stalking them. And apparently his phone, while he was stalking them, he probably didn't think that through, that he couldn't have his phone on the stalking part because he hadn't committed a crime yet. But when he committed the crime, then he turns off his phone and goes in there. So if they go back and look at his phone, it seems to mirror up with Kaylee and Xana's and all of their phones at various times, if that's a true statement. Yeah, we don't know if he called any of these people. Everybody out there that has live call-in shows is pretending that the killer called their shows for views, okay? I don't know if he called my show. Nobody knows that. We don't. Guess why we don't know that? Has anybody heard so far any audio of the killer talking directly from his mouth on a video somewhere? Anybody? Because there's people out there saying, hey, I compared the audio and it's definitely him. And I'm like, what audio? What audio are you comparing? Well, it was the one that they said was him, so then okay, well, that doesn't mean anything. As soon as we hear him speak in more than one word sentence, which we probably won't, because they'll say, yes, sir, yes, yes, yes. And don't pretend that you're going to be a voice analyst at that point. Take his yes word and compare it to the word yes that some other person said in a call-in show, and they go, oh yeah, it's the same guy. Look at, look at. Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be. You won't see that here. I can tell you that right now. All right, guys. So we are at what are we at now? 100,000 and something. 632. 100,632. Whole list of potential victims and settled. I don't know. Brian Kohberger's family says they are cooperating with cops. Still love Idaho murder suspect. The family of Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger on Sunday expressed. These are all in the description of the video, as usual. The family of Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger on Sunday expressed deep sadness. Hold on one second. Okay, the family of Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger on Sunday expressed deep sadness for the 4 young victims' families, while vowing to love and support our son and brother and promote his presumption of innocence. First and foremost, we care deeply for the 4 families who have lost their precious children, said the family of 28-year-old man arrested in connection with the stabbing deaths last month of 4 University of Idaho students as they slept. There are no words that can adequately express the sadness we feel, and we pray each day for them, continued the statement, which was released by his public defender Jason Labar. We will continue to let the legal process unfold, and as a family, we will love and support our son and brother. We have fully cooperated with law enforcement agencies in an attempt to seek the truth and promote his presumption of innocence rather than judge unknown facts and make erroneous assumptions. We respect privacy in this matter, as our family and families suffering loss can move forward through the legal process. Police said they do not expect to make any more arrests in the case, in which that means they believe he's the lone killer, in which Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were fatally stabbed. Kohberger will not fight extradition and will travel back to Idaho, eager to be exonerated. We believe we've got our man, Moscow Police Department Captain Anthony Dollinger said Saturday. Police carefully traced Kohberger's movements across the country as he drove with his father from Washington State University, where he was a PhD student and teaching assistant in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology, to the family home in Pennsylvania's Pocono Mountains. He has been charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder plus felony burglary. Investigators believe that Kohberger broke into the student's off-campus home with the intent to commit murder, Latah County, Idaho prosecutor Bill Thompson said Friday. Authorities have said that Idaho state law prevents them from divulging more details until Kohberger's extradition hearing on Tuesday. Yeah, so his extradition hearing's on Tuesday. He'll, if he probably says, yeah, I'm not fighting anything, maybe he'll be moved out that day or Wednesday. And then, shortly after he gets to Idaho, he'll be presented, or his lawyer or whatever, with the charging documents, and then maybe they'll make them public at that point. Right now they're only being withheld from us is because he's not in Idaho and hasn't been presented with them yet. It's not like the Delphi case where they're just hidden for the sake of being hidden. Oh, there's maybe sunshine. Thank you. Forgot that. Didn't see that one up there. Said, congrats on 100,000 subs, Gray. May you have a prosperous new year filled with happiness, health, and good fortune. Well, hopefully we can. We'll see how it goes. You know, the last few nights have been amazing. Tonight's, you know, it's okay, the start of it. But you'd hope for a better start of the new year. Let's put it that way. It was found. Did I miss the other one up there? Hold on. I think I got it. Stop flooding the chat with 100,000. Hey, Data Dude Collins. I don't care if they want to keep saying it over and over and over again, because it's a cool moment, right? It is just a number, but nobody gives a shit what you have to say. You understand that, Data Dude Collins? So for us, it's a pretty cool moment. For you, it's just you. It gave you a trolling moment where you can put in all caps and nobody gives a damn. All right, so have a good day. See that every single night, man. Every single night. Yeah. So let's try to figure this out. So the father went to Pullman, Washington, to then drive back 2,500 miles with this kid, and you know, obviously they drove the Elantra, so the dad must have flown there. Then they drove the Elantra that he had already had there back. So what does that mean? Was he gonna later drive back the Honda? I mean the Hyundai. Oh man, God, I just ate something earlier. Wish I could burp like you guys. Can't do it though. I almost did right there though. It felt like I was gonna. Thank you, Chris22. And thanks a little bit. Yeah, I'm not gonna blame his parents for anything. I'm just trying to figure out, I want to know how that worked. Was he supposed to then drive back the whole way? And if so, why not just, I guess you could say, unless he's scared of flying, which I could definitely see him being scared of flying, mainly because he's sort of quirky, like really odd. So, I mean, more so than most people. This one's for, let me see if I can turn that on before. I don't know if I got it, but if not, it says 8675309 said, this one for you, Data Duder. 100K, 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 100K. Oh God, it's gonna do it. Oh, I think. No, it won't do it. It won't do it. 86753. She has a funny sense of humor. Chewbacca. Oh, this is gonna be it. All right.
Chewbacca.
Oh God.
I'll get Chewbacca if you want me to.
This one's for you, Data Dude. 100K, 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 100K.
Boom, we're going to write about me and that crew about something we.
100K, 100K.
I think it cut off after a while. It only lets a certain amount of time. So.
I'll get Chewbacca if you want me to.
That was pretty good.
Congrats on 100K. Looking forward to a great 2023.
Thanks, Snarky Cinderella. Yeah, we're kicking some ass. We got a lot of money in the DNA fund. It's all going to be used at some point because we've got 5 cases. that we're working with identifiers. A cigarette butt in Oregon, a Altoona Lake, I think Michigan, I think is where it was. Doe, the guy with the flippers, wetsuit, shot in the head, bound and weighted. We also have the serial killer victim that wasn't identified, and I think there's 2 more, I just don't remember. Oh yeah, Addison County, of course, obviously, and then another one other than that. So 5 are in the works. That's pretty good, Jenny Penny. That's pretty good. 100K, 100. It actually has a time limit, so it cut out. It would have kept reading that damn thing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are you bowing? Thank you very much.
_basic boom, congratulations on the 100,000 subs. You deserve that. _basic boom _basic boom _basic boom _basic boom _basic boom.
Hey, that was similar. _basic boom. How about this Streamlabs? It's just boom, okay? We don't need to see. What's the other one? Generous something. Oh, I know why. Because it's reading the text behind it or something. Welcome, Bud Rob. Is that why he asked if anyone else had been arrested? I don't know why he said that. I'm still trying to. What are you saying? Is that why? Is what why? I don't think that the occupants that his dad was with wasn't that night, because that was November. It was December, or it was December when his dad flew in and they drove back home all the way to, apparently all the way back to Pennsylvania. Was he going to then leave the vehicle there and fly back to school? I mean, wouldn't that be interesting, right? If he was going to leave the Elantra, because he needed to get that Elantra the hell out of there, right? So was he going to leave the Elantra in Pennsylvania and then fly back to school? Yeah, I think he was going back because he actually went back to finish up the semester, right? Or did he drive home? Was the trip home after the semester was over? Because he went home for the holidays. So we don't really have the exact timeline here. So now it sounds like that he stayed in town. So right after he committed the murders, he goes back to Pullman and he hangs out for a while. And then eventually he finishes out the term, I guess. Then he drives back. So yeah, maybe not. Who knows if he was going to go back or not. He might have said, yeah, the program just wasn't for me. Well, where do you get that from, Vanessa? God, see, there's nothing worse than a non-cited source. Well, apparently he was supposed to sell the Elantra. How do you get that information? I mean, where do you have that? Is it in a Reddit post, 4chan, deep Facebook wacko post, which is equivalent to those two I just mentioned? How did they first hone in on... I think the Elantra, they found camera footage of a white Elantra quickly moving away from the scene on cameras at the A&W and then eventually even at that gas station, I believe. Although the car's not going in the same direction as you would think. So if he went back to Pullman, it's heading east. So... what I'd like to know is this. Did he go back home for Thanksgiving in his Elantra and then come back later, but wouldn't he have left the launcher? But did he come back, then then his father came, and then he went back again? I mean, it seems like he would go home for Thanksgiving, doesn't it? How do you know, Cambry? Yeah, it's kind of a far drive to do that. So when somebody just says no, you don't know, right? I mean, it's just, that's your opinion. Well, yeah, it's far, but people do it all the time. What about the wacko, you know, the YouTuber guy? He drove all the way out there and back to Florida. No, he didn't third shift QA, David. Sorry about that. So we're going to have to get rid of that comment for sure, because that's blaming a family member. That's one of the ones I said you guys could remove, and we're going to remove that one. I'm just trying to read some of these. What a new year. Yeah, well, he probably wasn't stupid like most criminals are with the weapon. So wherever the weapon is, we may never see it again. And having the murder weapon is nowhere, in this day and age, is absolutely not necessary at all. Yeah, it's a nice to have thing, but it's absolutely not necessary whatsoever. How do you know, Choni 14? Oh, God, these people. Choni 14, the genius, typed in, his plan was to stop off at Avery Auto Salvage and get his car crushed. Because, where are you coming up with that information? Is that just something it popped into your mind just now, or what? You know what I think his plan was? Is to beam a light up into space and flash SOS, knowing that aliens have learned that we use the SOS signal, much like in the Schnee-Oberholzer case, but he beamed the light up into space, hoping that a UFO, a spacecraft from Zeta Minor would come down, beam the car up onto his spacecraft, and then shoot off with it, never to be seen on the planet again. I think that's what his actual plan was. Now, if it turns out in the probable cause that it says that that's what his plan was, then I'll go, hey, wow, that person was onto something. No, that's true. That is true. I think now is the perfect time. Wait, yeah, hold on. Let me check something. I am going to check my spirit box really quick. Let's see if it mentions the car crushing place, whatever the hell you want to call that, the salvage yard. Hold on. Man. Somebody. Oh wait, do you hear it? Somebody at the crushing plant. The crushing plant. The car crushing plant. Oh, it said, yeah, you guys heard it right there clearly. Absolutely clearly at the end, it said Avery Salvage. Okay? Right at the very end there. It went, you can hear it, clearly hear it again. Listen again. Avery Salvage. Avery Salvage. Avery Salvage. Man. Avery Salvage. Avery Salvage. Oh, God. You guys, we nailed it. Case closed. Just don't even have a trial. Bring him to prison currently. It's just... You definitely could heard that, right? Oh, you heard Artery Savage. Okay, well. It's close enough, right? I mean, these... Don't expect the spirits to pronounce words exactly the way you would expect them to be pronounced. And the reason is because they slow play us all, man. These spirits that are so hell-bent on helping us solve crimes, they slow play us by not quite saying the words correctly. Albert. Oh, Avery Salvage. Hey, Spirit, why didn't you say Avery Salvage? You know? And they'll probably come back with, well, you know, I don't want to make it too easy for you. If I told you the killer was Jim Smith, then you wouldn't be able to have all those shows that you do where you pretend that you hear all this. It's awesome, man. At a hot, stupid Gilligan little bunny. You need the alien to decipher it correct. That's right, Mag. That's right. Absolutely correct. Correct. Where do you actually get the Spirit Box audio? I just recorded it off of... It's just the same clip. I recorded it off of just some channel out there or something. You can get the app on your phone. And you know, word of advice. When people are using Spirit Boxes, basically an app on Google Play, you should probably realize that that's, you know, just full of garbage at that point. You know? Now, if it was given to you, it was some, you know, blessed device handed you by some shaman in the middle. But beware when he hands you the device, if it says Google Play on the back of it, well, he just bought it on the internet and handed it to you, pretending it was this really incredible device. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are crazy. Amateur Spirit Box readers clearly said the car was going to Beaver Garage. Oh, Beaver Garage. Wow. Oh, yeah. Well, good. All right. Sweet. None of you said I was so mean, though. Wasn't I mean to not accept that? Have you heard about the Colombian woman that claims she communicates with aliens? No, I have not. I did see this channel today that had 5,000 viewers, and it was some idiot psychic going over the case. Which means that there was 5,001 idiots watching the show. Let's see. Unless you thought it was for pure entertainment and laughter purposes.
If he was so smart and meticulous and planned this for weeks like some say, why did he drive his own vehicle to the scene? I say he's not that smart.
Well, he probably parked it up behind the house. And he knew that he could bring it back home and keep it hidden. Yeah, I mean, you know, these criminals always come up with something stupid that they do. He probably thought, wait, okay, I could park it back there. There's no cameras right around here that I've seen. He missed the one. Let's see, let me look at the map here. Ooh. Close that down. That's how you... Thank you. I had to close down Adobe Premiere right there really quick, because that my computer... Whenever you have OBS open in Premiere, it causes problems. How do you get the what spot? What does that even mean? God, type in a full sentence so I know what you're talking about. I mean, what you got to realize is that I've shown you how to get there like 10 times on the shows. But yeah, I guess we could go over it again. That's why I was bringing it up on the screen. Were you able to see that? Yeah, so here we go. We're going to zoom in right here. And here is the house. Right here, you can get to this parking spot back here by driving like this and around, or like this. But it's a dead end here. There's no way to get past right there. And from this parking spot here, you can see into the house. And, you know, interestingly, here's probably what the killer did. The killer probably drove like this, parked here, committed his murders, went out the sliding glass door, got into his vehicle, then drove like this. And yes, you can actually drive like this. Then down this street right here, then onto this street. And at that point, let's see, where would he have got? Then right here, maybe he turned like this and went by this A&W right here because he wanted to get out to this highway here. He didn't. It's a much quicker route instead of going like this.
He drove cross-country in a white Hyundai Elantra and arrived at his parents' house in Pennsylvania around Christmas, according to a law enforcement source. Source, 1231 in CNN by Elizabeth Wolf.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Let's see. He drove across country in a white Elantra. But did he go... How about it before that, though, for Thanksgiving? Did he have Thanksgiving in Pullman? But he went with his dad to his parents' house, right? His dad had flown.
Happy New Year from Hong Kong Grey. Any surprises for you on the suspect's profile?
Not really. You know, the vegan part's a little weird, but... I mean, his extreme veganism. I'm not saying, you know, like, it's weird to be a vegan. I'm saying he seemed really, like, almost ridiculous about it. The Elantra was mentioned pretty early in the case. I don't remember the exact date it was mentioned. Wait, what we could do is let's look at this really quick. Hold on. Yeah, right there. The Kings Road homicide. And maybe we could try going back to like the second here. Okay, that's not in there. How about the 6th? It's not there on that. Oh, there it is. So on the 7th, they have the pictures of the Elantra. And it's here again on the 7th as well. Are asking the community's help. Moscow, Idaho detectives are interested in speaking with the occupants, or it says occupant or occupants with an S, plural, of a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Apparently, the one that he has is a 2015 Elantra. That just means that they... I mean, I bet if you looked at one, it probably looks pretty similar, right? 2015. That's why they weren't absolutely sure what it was, right? So there is a 2015. And let's see what, like, keeping note, let's just do this. We'll just go like this. And let's do 2013. Yeah, I mean, you can understand why they might not have got the exact one correct. The same front, they even have a similar, the grill, everything. The only thing that's slightly, I mean, hell, I don't even know what's different about it. It looks identical, really. Slightly different angle, but that's a 2015, 2013. They have the same lights, everything. So, of course, I thought it was 2011 to 2015, or 2011 to 2013, but it's 2015 looks exactly the same. All right, so when people out there are probably going, hey, it's not the same guy, it's a 2015. Well, look at it. I mean, they are absolutely the same. The thing that's a little different, I believe, is the little air intake thing there. See, that's the only thing that's a slightly different shape. The rest of it, absolutely the same. Yeah, I don't know if that's what these lights are right here. But the shape of these lights up here, the light area is the same. So don't listen to anybody out there who's going to tell you, oh, wow, with a 2015, it can't be him then. It's a setup. See, that's what happens every time you arrest somebody. It's always a setup to somebody. All right, it's always a setup. But let me ask you this. How often is that really the reality? You know, it's very, very, it's incredibly rare that there's anything like that at all. It's absolutely ludicrous. They know who this guy is because they found a DNA sample of his that meant something. They found DNA. There was a story out there, I don't know if it's true at all, but like they said, oh, the sheath of his knife fell off or something. Who knows? I don't really even care what it is, but I'm telling you that they got a DNA sample that they know that the sample that they got is from the killer, not some random touch DNA person. And so they tracked it down, located who the person was, then did other investigative work, were able to confirm that that's who it was, and then they've arrested him. It's as simple as that. Thank you, car 22956. We're making our way to 100,000, well, 101,000. I mean, man, it was crazy. When I went to sleep last night, it hadn't moved at all. It was still at 99,570 or something. And then I woke up in the morning, it was 99.7 something. I was like, wow, what happened? So I almost feel like people watch the show overnight or something. I don't really know. And then about an hour and a half later, it was 99.9 something. And then I kind of quit paying attention. And then Penny messaged me and said, hey, you're at 100,000 or something. And I was like, what? I wasn't even expecting anything like that. And then I had a video that I was going to put out there, and I put the video out there, and then that video has done really well, and all of a sudden I'm at 100,717, just like that. So that's pretty cool. Thank you, Marie Anderson. Very cool. Ding, 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 ding. Well, I mean, last month was crazy. That from the income from the channel, $10,000 to true crime-related charities. Insane. Yep. It is a cool way. I wasn't expecting it at all. Cairo kept saying, oh yeah, Gray, I figured at the beginning of the year, and I'm like, no way, man. I can just tell.
Congratulations on
That's right, the road to 1 million. I'll probably be like, I guess I gave away 1 million and I still owe on my house. Well, thanks, Sharky. People have short attention spans, but some shows are way too short all the time. I'm not sure what that means. The shorts are really annoying. Oh, I mean the 1 minute ones on YouTube? Yeah. I don't know. I thought of doing those sometimes, but they're just... No, he's not, Bobby. Sorry for your confusion. That would be interesting, though, if he tried to set somebody else up, on the side. And that's why I said, did you arrest anybody else? Because he was like, man, damn, my little plan didn't work. Wouldn't that be interesting if that's why he said that? Yeah, I mean, there's people that... There's a lot of comments out there that are... There's no way to verify them at all. But some people say that, oh, his blood matched these 2 other killings that happened. And, you just look at that and you go, really? What's the source on that? Well, I heard it on a psychic channel. But don't worry about that. It was a vetted psychic. This is one of those ones that really... Right, lazy millennial. I'm sure he thought ahead to what he would say if caught. Thanks for the shout out today on your earlier... Yeah. That was pretty cool. I was more proud of myself for remembering where I heard it from. You must have made an impression on me. Mike D. My name's Mike D, and I get respect. Your cash and your jewelry is what I expect. Yeah. When you ask people for their source, they don't immediately state what it's clearly can pretty much be $1,000 to a bag of dog. Amanda Johnson, he may be smart as an individual, but he was never going to be smarter than 20 FBI agents. I think there's more than that. 50. Thanks, Amanda.
100K, congratulations. Thank you for the shout out today on your earlier presentation. I am humbled and bathing in humility.
Well, thank you. That's good stuff. Yeah, so it must have been around the 6th or 7th when the Elantra was mentioned.
But he was never going to be smarter than 20 FBI agents, Moscow PD and Idaho State Police, collectively.
Alright, so here's another... Thank you, Susan Smith. Not the Susan Smith. I'm just kidding. Did police body cam catch the... I don't know if I don't think body camera did. Yeah, I mean, there's a YouTuber out there that tried to sell to the public that it was the Elantra in the body camera footage by doing an overlay of a car that was a different color, and it didn't make sense. I mean, it has a good time of night that could have been true, but the vehicle didn't look the same. So no, I don't think it was caught on body camera. I mean, the vehicle that we saw didn't quite look like the one that
did police body cam catch
the Elantra didn't look like an Elantra at all. Right. They've already came out and said that the car in the body camera footage that the guy did the overlay on and it was on Ashley Banfield's show. They've said that that wasn't the Elantra. See, if that's true, I mean, it didn't look like an Elantra from the beginning, and it's a different color. So it's pretty amazing that they did that. A reputable news channel would have on a wacko like that who leaves the transparent vehicle over the other car, and you go, wow, it does look like that. Unreal. Embarrassing, actually. No, he didn't care. He doesn't ever do his homework. He just does whatever he thinks can sell a video. So he'll just put out just nonsensical garbage to, the willing masses that'll just believe anything half the time. Be more. A lot of times on my show, I'll just say, "Is this possible? Did this happen? Did this happen? Did this happen?" Here we go.
Chewbacca? I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
100k 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 100. See, even Streamlabs cut you off after a while. You understand that? But thank you. Yeah, so I'll have theories, sure. I'll say, hey, is it possible that, I don't like using that word, but I'll just say, maybe this happened, based on this and this and this and this. But I'm never going to try to trick somebody, ever, okay? So when you see, if somebody on YouTube tries to trick you with something once, you should never go back there. Because it's never, unless it's like, April Fool's Day and it's like a joke type of thing. That wasn't a bad skipper at all, was it? Doop! Gilligan, little buddy. Yeah. Some men kill for the sexual thrill. They leave semen probably where they... Yeah, some do. All right, we will love and support our son and brother, Idaho Killer's family stand by criminologists, but say they care deeply for the 4 victims' families and are cooperating with cops. It seems like that's going to be really similar to the other, note the low ears. The top of his ear is actually below the bottom of his eye there, where most people's ears kind of go up to like that. Now you guys are going to be walking around with protractors, holding them up to different people's faces and saying, well, your ear is halfway between being a psycho and... Yeah. Watch this. You're going to go to sleep. You're going to your husband's going to wake up in the middle of the night, and you're going to be holding a protractor and a flashlight. Oh, God. Come on, you got to admit that would be pretty funny, right? He goes, "What are you doing? What the hell are you doing with that protractor? You guys are you're crazy." Oh man, yeah, that will be funny. Oh man, okay, I'm not going to do this one because that's similar to the other one. Yes, I do laugh at my own jokes sometimes. I'm sorry. Yeah, Gray told me to. There's a guy on YouTube, he said that, and I did notice that your ears were a little lower, and I was wondering. Idaho Quadruple Killers Criminology Browser. He was, I think we already just, that was one we just opened, right? Wait. No, reveals he was a brilliant student and one of the smartest she's ever had, and says she's shocked as shit he's been arrested for murders.
A former university professor of accused quadruple murder suspect Bryan Kohberger has told DailyMail.com he was among the smartest students she's ever had. In an exclusive interview, DeSalle's University professor Michelle Bulger said she's in absolute shock after hearing what her former student had been accused of. He's a brilliant student, she told DailyMail.com, exclusively from her house in the Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania. I think that's where C.J. McCollum, the ex-trailblazer, went. I'm shocked as shit at what he's been accused of. I don't believe it, but I get it, she said. Kohberger is currently in jail awaiting extradition to Idaho, where he has been charged with the murders of students Kaylee Goncalves, 21, Maddy Mogen, 21, Xana Kernodle, 20, or as Fox News would say, Zany. Hey, thank you, TDR drones, e-bikes, and scooters. That's a very specific name. TDR drones, e-bikes, and so electrical bikes and scooters. And what's a TDR drone? I'm shocked as shit at what he's been accused of. I don't believe it, but I get it. Yeah, Xana, so he just mentioned they just mentioned all the victims. All 4 were stabbed in their beds in the early morning hours of November 13th. So that's the professor right there. DeSalle's University professor Michelle Bulger said she's in absolute shock after hearing what her former student Bryan Kohberger is, that he is the accused Idaho quadruple murder suspect. Man, he looks totally different than he did in like college or like high school, basically. I'm not sure what year this picture's from, though. Bryan Kohberger, 28, was arrested at on, what does that mean? Was arrested on Friday following a more than month-long investigation into the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. I think he looks pretty creepy in that one. Police have been hunting for the killer for 7 weeks amid growing criticism that they were getting nowhere. But on Friday, they finally arrest Kohberger at his parents' home in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, 2,500 miles from the scene of the crime. They impounded his white Honda Elantra. That model was seen near the murder house in Moscow, Idaho on the night of the killing, and people had considered it their best lead in the hunt for the killer. Bulger, 33, who has been an associate professor at DeSalle's for the past 8 years, said she taught Kohberger, 28, last year in an online class and helped him with his master's thesis project. That's interesting. I mean, where was he living then if it was online? He was an online student in the Criminal Justice Master's Degree Program and graduated in June of 2022. That's kind of weird. DeSalle's is a small private Catholic university in Pennsylvania, Lehigh Valley, about 60 miles north of Philadelphia. The U.S. News and World Report ranks DeSalle's online criminal justice program as number 27 in the country. The program has a mock crime scene house where it gives our students hands-on practical experience in investigating criminal activity, said Joe Walsh, instructor of computer science, and that's crazy. A mock crime scene house. Kind of like the one I built, right? The total cost of the 30-hour master's degree program, it's only 30-hour cost of the 30-hour master's degree program is approximately $24,000. So you're just basically, yeah, this is enough. Here's your degree. I mean, 30 hours, really? Bulger said she never met Kohberger in the flesh, but knew him from his work online. I never saw him in person. I couldn't tell you how tall he was or how much he weighed. My only interaction with him was via email and Zoom, Bulger told DailyMail.com. I didn't know anything about him, whether he was married, had a girlfriend, etc. Well, she's pretty, so he probably, she's probably sort of lucky. I wonder if there's any further extent to that. Bulger 33, who has been an associate professor. Okay, we did that. But she said she never saw a dark side to the then 27-year-old graduate student. This news is upsetting. I haven't slept at all since hearing about Bryan. He seemed normal to me, but then again, I only knew him from teaching him online. I didn't know anything personal about him. I believed he worked full-time like most of our graduate students do. She said she only taught him one class, but called him a great writer and a brilliant student. He was always perfectly professional when I had any interactions with him. In my 10 years of teaching, I've only recommended 2 students to a PhD program, and he was one of them. He was one of the best students ever. Everyone is in. That's pretty crazy, right? I mean, that's pretty high praise right there. But let me figure some math out here. In my 10 years of teaching, yeah, that doesn't really make any sense. Hey, thanks, Ozzy Helen. So he right here it says, in my 10 years of teaching. Well, she's 33 years old. So was she teaching at 23? And why would she be at the age of 23 recommending anybody for PhD programs? So the dates and, maybe she was a teacher for 10 years. And then the last couple of years she was able to recommend people. Does that make any sense to you? I know 30 hours probably means like, well, I don't know. You know, when you're in college, you do 15 hours of, you have 15 credit hours or whatever the hell it is per term, like 2 semesters. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like that's a lot. That's only 2 terms, though, really. It's usually like a 2-year program for a master's. But anyways, forget the credit hour part. How did she, when she's saying, in my 10 years of teaching, so she's been teaching since the age of 23, I've only recommended 2 students to a PhD program. Okay, so, well, how long have you been able to do that? I mean, that's a high level of being able to recommend. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me that she can recommend somebody to a PhD. That means she was a professor for a master's degree program. I don't know. She said that she believed the Kohberger wanted to pursue a career in academia. I mean, it doesn't mean anything to the case. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how extraordinary he really is. Maybe she only had in the last 2 years the ability to recommend somebody, not 10. Bulger says she was one of his professors who helped him with his proposal for a graduate thesis, including what many have termed an unusual search questionnaire. So there was people out there saying that he just came up with that questionnaire, and I said, oh, come on. Like he was doing it like, it wasn't sanctioned. It was just his own crazy thinking. And it wasn't at all. It was part of this program here. She helped him with the questions. I want to know, it would be interesting to see, though, what was that conversation like? Why was he so interested in how the criminals tried to get away with it, or what their experiences and things like that? Bulger says she was one of his professors who helped him with his proposal for a graduate thesis, including what may have been termed an unusual research questionnaire. I was one of the professors who helped Bryan with his proposal on his graduate thesis, his capstone project. He did put out a routine questionnaire for his thesis. It looks weird, I understand from the public's view, but in criminology it's normal. It's a criminology theory called script theory. It's a normal theory on how and why criminals commit their crime, etc. There you go. Boom. Nothing weird about that at all. It's weird after the fact, but it's not really weird. It's totally normal. Bulger said Bryan didn't even end up using any of the data he gleaned from the questionnaire. You aren't going to find it anywhere. Instead, she said because he ran out of time, his graduate thesis was a narrative one based on the information. She then said she went on maternity leave and another professor took her place. She never had any professional interaction with him after that. Kohberger is currently being held in Monroe County Jail in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. His attorney, Chief Public Defender Jason Labar, has said he will not fight extradition. Mr. Kohberger has been accused of very serious crimes, but the American justice system cloaks him in a veil of innocence. Yep. Man, I have so many windows open here. It's wild. Ding, 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 ding. Yep. Like 20 of them. There's so many windows open here. Wow. So what are we at on this video, though? So that video that I put out earlier in the day, that was 13 minutes long. Where is it? This one? See, right here it says 66,000 views in 9 hours. And if you go to analytics, though, over here, it's at 78,000 with almost 600 subs coming from it. I mean, that's pretty crazy. What was different about that video than other ones? Hey, Cambria, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I just explained it to you. Thank you. Whew, what a dummy. All right. Let's see. Where is the... It's amazing all the idiots that show up in the chat sometimes. Just pop in, say their dumb comments, and they get out of here. All right, there we go. Finally found it. People want to know about the stalking. Are you talking to me, Elzer One? People want to know about the stalking. Well, I want to know about everything. Man, people are just so impatient, you know? It's just sick. She might have been teaching while earning... Oh, that... You're talking about that one? I thought you were talking about this show right here. You want me to be talking about... Man, type in full sentences, everybody. It would really help. Hey, look at that, Annie T. Very kind, very kind. $100 for 100K. Can I get a boom chakalaka? Thank you.
100 for 100K subscribers. Congratulations, Gray.
That's okay, Elser won. And by the way, who's Elser and who won? What did they win? His motive. I think it's just kind of a fantasy that he had. He wanted to see it through and see if he could get away with it. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting if the rumors are true or whatever, that he sort of liked, he was a fan of Bundy or something. I mean, Bundy went to Washington State University, and he was just like, man, well, he got caught, but I'm going to try to do it in a different way. Or I mean, who the hell knows, man? I don't think it's as simple as somebody shunned him or like made him feel bad because they didn't want to go out on a date with him, and then he decided he's going to go over there and kill all those people. It seems like it's more to that. It's almost like they represented what he hates. No, that's what I meant. University. Well, he went to UW, not Washington State. Okay. I thought he did some killing at Washington State. Maybe I got that wrong. UW's the really big one in Seattle. Okay, so sorry about that. I got that wrong. No, he's been dead a long time. Nay, 2D2. Well, we don't know if he idolized anybody. People just say that. Wow, Alley Cake. Jeez. Well, thank you so much. Man, we're getting the month started off in the right direction. Very cool. $100K, 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 $100K. I guess I should have remembered that since we did a whole.
Ocean wave.
We did an entire.
Congratulations, great.
Well, thank you. We did an entire serial killer Sunday on Bundy, and it took 2 or 3 Sundays to do it. We went through all the newspaper articles of what was going on at the time. It's pretty crazy. Did any of the victims know him, and if so, how? I don't know what you're saying when you say look it. Yeah, Monday, Sunday. Okay, this is another one. Idaho suspect stalked victims for weeks and wore gloves after quadruple murder to avoid leaving trail of evidence, claims friend of investigators. This is what we were reading earlier on that video that I put out. This is what they wrote, and that's really the main part of the whole thing. Yeah. Fundy Bundy Sunday.
I can go buy a cheap black car W cash and 0 ties to me, then ditch it, but this smart criminology grad drives his own car right to the murder scene?
Yep, he sure did. He probably looked around and didn't see any cameras. Wow, thanks. Trebor, or Trevor. Hong Kong, right? I'm not sure what the... Looks like it's close, though. Ding, 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 ding. Well, thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. The whole Dunning-Kruger effect thing, nobody is ever really as smart as they believe them. Yeah. A lot of times they don't think through every little thing like they think. He's just, I'm not going to leave anything at the scene type of guy.
I guess this is close enough to $100. Just using the color of the previous 2.
Yeah.
Smiley face.
Well, thank you. Yep. Yeah, like he probably took the criminology courses so that he could figure out how can I commit the crime inside, in the house itself and minimize my exposure. And he may not have been thinking about... I mean, it's kind of dumb not to think that you might be caught, your vehicle caught on camera. But if they can't prove that you were in the house, then it's almost a moot point. There's a car driving, so what? And then how would they link the car to me? I'll just move the car. I don't even live in this town. There's a lot of white Honda Elantras. So he might have thought through all those different things. And just didn't work out the way he wanted.
Congrats on the 100k, Gray.
Maybe.
Super well deserved. Thank you for all your content.
Well, thank you so much. Is Carol Poost? Pust? Appreciate it. All right, hey, let's see. Wait a minute. Let me just check my Facebook. I don't know if Ada was saying look it, because I'm supposed to go over there, or what the hell she was talking about, but I have no idea. Okay, I don't see anything. So, what was the look it for? People only use that now basically for wanting me to see something. What is this thing? This thing right here, right? What am I doing with this thing? Oh, he changes plates. Oh. What do you mean? Where does it say that here? Tire condition, pressure check. On 8/15, 11/18, 5 days later. Title issued or updated, registration updated when owner moved the vehicle to a new location. Vehicle color noted as white. I don't know if that means he changed his license plate. Let's see what it says right here. Underbody corrosion preventative. But how are you even assigning this to him? It doesn't say his name. They know what his title number was, and pressure check, tires replaced, oil and filter change. That was in August, right when he got there. And then on the 18th, which is 5 days after the murders, his title was issued and updated, registration updated when owner moved the vehicle to a new location. Washington Motor Vehicle. So where did he move it to? I don't really know what that means. That doesn't mean I mean, this is interesting, this part here, because it's 5 days later, but I don't know what it means. Where did he move to? He still lived there. Hey, thank you so much, Doohickey!
Spirit Box says congratulations on 100k Greg Gary. Thumbs up.
Greg, Gary, Craig, and Jim. Don't forget Jim. I go by Jim. Oh yeah, so maybe he wanted to make it, change him up a little bit. 5 days later, so his plates are for Pennsylvania. But it doesn't say, yeah, that kind of makes sense, I guess. If you're waiting that long. Then he changes them, because he thinks maybe his car, but he didn't know at that point that his car was seen on camera. because that was on the 18th. The car, the Elantra, was only mentioned. The police had probably been aware of it for a long time. We only heard about it on December 6th, but they were aware of it for a long time. They just needed the public's help now. And so then he changes the plates to Washington to make his car not stand out as much, being from Pennsylvania, because that would be different. Yeah, and maybe he thought that if his car was caught on camera, he would change his plates and confuse people. Yeah, here's what it might have happened. He may have gone back out there another time and walked around and saw, oh my God, there's a camera there. This house has a camera. It's possible my car was spotted on these cameras. And so he then decides to change it as sort of an attempt to, just at a first glance, you're not going to notice it. Oh, well, it had Pennsylvania plates. A cop driving by would look at it and go, okay, these aren't Pennsylvania plates. He might have thought that in his mind. Yeah, maybe not all of them from Pennsylvania, RJ Online. So try to think through things before just throwing out a comment. Let's see. I ain't buying that theory. You're not buying what theory? If you had better grammar, I probably would believe that you weren't buying it. His ears were south in Mexico? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, well, that's what you would have done, Gerald. Yeah. I like how people go, God, if I was a killer, I would have done this. Therefore, he is... Okay, well, what are you trying to say, really, here? Thank you, April Norman. I think Ada would like that cat you have over there on the right there. She likes those ones, the black ones. Alright, the man accused of the horrific slaying, Bryan, 28, was fastidious about not leaving his fingerprints behind after the murders, even wearing gloves when he entered a grocery store, according to a friend of one of the police officers assigned to follow him there. He's not stupid, and he's been very careful, the anonymous source said. While Kohberger was under surveillance in Pennsylvania, according to the source, police witnessed him appearing to try and avoid leaving any more DNA or fingerprints behind by taking protective measures in public. I read somewhere today that he put his trash in his neighbor's trash can, too. I don't know if that's true or... A good friend, I don't remember where I read it. Sometimes you do you're reading through it. So, but that doesn't sound crazy, like that's something that they would do. Yeah, well, Patty, what do you mean changing the license plates theory? What's the theory? That why he changed the plates? Or he just was changing it because, oh yeah, he was just being a dutiful resident there. Well, you're going to have to be a channel member to comment quicker. If you're a channel member where the names are green, you can comment right away whenever you feel like it. There isn't a pause on that. And anyways, I'm not really that interested in what you're saying anyway, so you don't have to worry about it. I quit being just based on your response. You didn't even write enough where anybody knew what the hell you were talking about. I wonder if he was so paranoid he knew where they were following him. How long has the guy been planning to kill? Like 5 years? I don't know. How would we know that? Yeah. See the bushy eyebrows here? That's pretty interesting. Maybe one of these days I'll be able to share something that was sent a while back. You know, just a little information here and there. Hey, look at that. It's Dan Carr. How's it going? I don't think so, Garlic Bread 62. I think you're one of the random people that come in and have no clue. We know exactly what we're talking about in here. We've been doing this for a long time. Awesome. It's the legend, Dan Carr. A watched pig never boils. He looks way older than 28. I don't know. He looks like he doesn't eat enough meat. Brian Kohberger, 28, the suspect at the University of Idaho murders, was allegedly stalking his victims for weeks and wore gloves and after the killings, according to sources. Like he didn't want to leave his fingerprints around, right? Yeah. That's basically just repeating information.
Police say 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger is the man responsible for the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. Records show he's from Pennsylvania. He completed both his undergraduate studies at DeSales University. Bachelor's degree in psychology according to his commencement video from the school, and his master's degree in criminal justice. He just graduated.
So he looks different here. So there's when he's graduating. That was just in August, so he doesn't quite look like that picture.
This past May.
See, look.
This video is from the commencement, showing him accept his diploma. We know he then was a PhD.
So that's what he looked like when he just graduated in August. So he doesn't look quite as creepy as that one picture. He doesn't smile whatsoever while grabbing his diploma, however.
PhD candidate at Washington State University for criminology.
Thanks,
where he was
Jermaine
also an
Martinez.
assistant instructor. WSU confirmed he just completed his first semester earlier this month in that program. A since-deleted post on Reddit shows about 6 months ago, Kohberger was asking for participants in a research project to, quote,
but it was a totally normal research project in question.
Understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. Moscow police say his last known address is in Pullman. And new video from WSU's campus shows police investigating the apartment complex where he was living. We spoke with a neighbor of Kohberger who learned of his arrest and connection while he was at work.
I mean, it's just nuts. I was sitting there at work and my boss said they just arrested some.
Hell of a drug.
You know, I told my wife about it and she noticed.
That would have been pretty creepy. The guy in the apartment, he had heard about it. Wow, that's weird. And then his wife says, "Hey, there's people outside our apartment." It turns out that was him.
There was a live stream going on right outside of our apartment, and that's how we found out that he lived right here. You know, so I'm just kind of dumbfounded. You know that
that's this guy.
This could be going on right here. You know, or like somebody could be conspiring to do something like that right here.
Yeah, I guess they do that wherever they live.
Moscow police say 28-year-old.
Okay, that's the link. I got the links in the description to that video if you want to go watch it.
Bryan Kohberger, currently.
So there's these people that keep posting that same video with the, this guy in the background, this one right here, giving his theory.
Loudly, apparently. The man then...
I mean, you look at those ears there. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Let's take a look at... Let me just try to debunk this one way or the other really quick. I don't think it's him, but... Yeah, I don't think it's him at all, but they just... Yeah. I mean, these ears look way bigger and they stick out, sort of. So I never really thought it looked like him. But people keep sending me this over and over and over again. I mean, yeah. It's too blurry. You can't make it out. If you had the original, maybe you could look at it better. But you think it's Ron Logan? Yeah, the hair on the guy looks sort of similar. Same sort of receding hairline or whatever you want to call it. Maybe he's a killer too. Oh, God. Jeez. Oh, yeah. Well, I know I was wrong. Yeah, you know what that reminds me of? In the Delphi case, when I was I was debunking these people who were looking on the ground, and they saw these shapes and said, oh, look, there's a body, oh, look at that, there's a body. And then I showed on video where that was, and it was 2 miles from the crime scene, and they go, well, maybe those are other bodies. Oh, God. Jesus. Really? You just lost, but all of a sudden now there are other bodies, and they never were mentioned in the news. Remember that one, Elizabeth? Yeah, it was good times. Let me check my email again. Oh yeah, PS was going to send me something. I don't really read Reddit, though. I don't know why you're sending me Reddit stuff. Reddit's just nonsensical. World-renowned forensic psychology professor and serial killer expert Dr. Catherine Ramsland reportedly taught Bryan Kohberger at... I thought it was a different professor we just heard about. Well, apparently that's the photo right there. That's him. And then there's people over here. I don't know. It's hard to even tell what we're looking at there. But, I mean, he is standing off to the side. I don't know what that really means or if it says anything. Right, but why was the other teacher that we just had on earlier didn't have the same name, right? She's 33 years old. She taught him. Oh, I guess at the University of Washington State. Yeah, okay. That would make sense. No, that was at the Sal's University. So why that's not the same name as that other teacher that we were looking at. So hold on, now I have to go look. Nope, not that one. Yeah, right here, this lady says Bolger, 33, who has been an associate professor at the Sal's for the past 8 years, said she taught Kohberger, 28, last year in an online class and helped him with his master's thesis. So then maybe after that, he was taught by the other teacher? Because she says last year, so that would have been in 2021. So I guess, yeah, after this, he got the other teacher. Okay, that makes sense.
Days, and that ultimately including the psychology of death investigations, the mind of a murderer, and she even worked with the BTK serial killer Dennis Rader on his autobiography, according to the university website. Lehigh Valley News says Dr. Ramsland confirmed to them Kohberger was a student of hers. When I reached out to her, she told me, I cannot make media statements about him at this time. News Nation has obtained this photo of Kohberger taken during a group project at DeSales University in 2019. Students who studied with him tell News Nation they've been told to only talk to police because they could potentially be called as character.
Yeah, I've seen the other professor too, but it got kind of confusing there. So obviously he had an online master's course with this one teacher, but then also likely had another teacher, and that's the famous one, Catherine Ramsland.
Witnesses in the case. They did say he was, quote, controlling during the group project. And Kohberger had no criminal history.
Yeah, sometimes controlling, you might call somebody controlling when they were just the one that was trying to be the leader. You know, like sometimes when there's a group project and nobody is doing, they're all just discombobulated and disjointed. And he probably didn't like that and was like, hey, let's do it. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Let's do this, 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 and this. And I bet you they all got A's on the project. So, and then later now they're going to say, oh, he was controlling. He was this. See, there's a lot of stuff that we're going to hear. We all want to believe it and probably agree with some of the stuff. But some of it's not going to be really what they all thought at the time. It's going to be revisionistic history. Revisionists, they're going to try to, everybody's going to view things now from the view that he was a killer. So you got to take some stuff that's said with, don't view it so dramatically in the direction that they're saying it. Does that make sense? Because now people are going to go, oh yeah, I remember in high school he was really creepy. He was so quiet back there. But then you go, did you really think he was? I mean, if you had asked them 2 months ago, they wouldn't have said he was this really creepy guy sitting in the back of the class. They would have just said, oh yeah, he was always this quiet guy back there. But now they're going to add adjectives in there to add to the story. Yeah, it's this really creepy guy. He was always... I think he looks kind of creepy. I mean, to be honest with you, but that's all probably because we were told what he had done, right? As soon as we were told what he did, he looks a lot more creepy. Before that, you might look at him and go, yeah, Like if you had told me, well, this guy's a nuclear physicist, he just developed a process to, I would have went, oh, okay, cool. Wouldn't even have thought about a creepy factor. But as soon as we're told that he killed 4 people, your mind, and I'll even admit it, mine does that, but I'm able to realize that that we're doing that. He does need meat, though, yes. Now, we do have incisor teeth for a reason. All the vegetarians out there, Gray, that's mean. Hey, I mean, I'm sure you can get a healthy diet being a vegetarian. I'm just saying our teeth do have meat-ripping incisor teeth for an actual reason. It's amazing. And that's why I enjoy prime rib with the au jus sauce on the side with the horseradish. God. What's better than that? Oh, I was just called mean. Guess what? I'm now in prison. I am in jail right now because I was called mean for saying we have incisor teeth for ripping. Oh, wait. And now that I'm in here, I got to change this whole thing now. We have to start over. Let me do that. All right, what are we at? In a minute here, I'll have to go and change. We're at 0 for this 2023. It's the same reason people would have said, yep, see, Colleen, everybody. So mean. Yeah, don't you think that's good? And you know what's the best part of prime rib? It's not the meat part. It's right on the edges. The sort of meat and fat combination. No Bail by Billy Juliana. Wow, so I'm already at -10. Wow. That's scary. We could be in here for a long time. She said, no bail, but congrats on 100K. Think about that while you sit there. Okay. Will do. Okay, there we go. We got some snacks. We'll add that as part of it. Patty G007. So current year we're at 0. There we go. I've heard my favorite, your whiny voice in person isn't tonight. All right, Cindy Leon, be safe in there. So does that mean you're keeping me in more? I'm at -10 again? Oh boy. Yeah, this isn't looking good. Oh, there we go. -5. Bale, I love your brutal honesty. Well, thank you. I'm sure people think that until I'm honest about, I say something about what they say. Right? All right, maybe that'll get me out of here. 8675309. Here we go again, everybody. I don't know if it's on. Wait, is it on now? Did I turn it on? Paula Volter. Snarky Cinderella. And Quietly Frozen. The coolest name in YouTube history. I think I got one of these on. So Cindy Leon. Uh-oh, it's going to catch the one again.
Be safe in there.
Makeshift shank. Well, I'll be. Maybe you can throw me in this. You can add good old Bryan to my cell after giving me that. Makeshift shank for steak and baked potatoes. Patty G007.
No bail, but 100K, 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 100K.
God, that's pissing that troll off.
100K, 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 100.
I don't know why that's funny. Because it would keep reading it. There was probably another 20 to go there. So thank you, Brianna25, Mag.
Don't drop the
Dreaming girl. I'm set it free. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna have a piece of prime rib based off of you guys. It's hard for me to get out of here because I keep trying to catch up to you guys. Garden Girl, Candalee Woodward Stone,
I'll be back if you want me to.
Claudia Neubauer. Thank you guys. And Catherine and Mustang Sally. All right, I'm gonna get out.
For extra horseradish in your jail toothpaste.
All right, oops. This one has it too, but I think. If it doesn't, then Candalee Woodward Stone, Claudia Neubauer said, congratulations because you're the best. Boom, laka laka. Boom, chaka laka laka. Candalee Woodward Stone, for your vegetarian meat, tofu, not tofu, not tofu. Mustang Sally, Ramen, Catherine, bail money, to get out of jail card.
Chewbacca?
Run the world.
I'll be back if you want me to.
Guilt money for
Guilt
getting
money
you
for
put in
getting you
jail.
put in jail.
That's right. When you say you're so mean, that's what happened. All right, cool. Hey, thank you guys for getting me out of prison and allowing me to have a nice cab ride to a nice hotel and some prime rib and, you know, yummy food to go with it. Let's see. I don't mean to be. I told you what happened to me. Are you talking to me? Oh, you're talking to somebody else. Spirit said, eat meat in jail to maximize your escape energy. Okay.
and there are reports that the FBI was following him and keeping track of his every move for at least 4 days, and that ultimately...
So I heard 10 days more recently that they knew who he was.
It was DNA that connected him to the murders. Natasha?
All right, Brian Enton live for us.
See, it's probably... They had some sort of a sample of DNA. They used genetic genealogy to locate him. Figured out who he was. Then they tracked him. And... I mean, that's just all it really would take right there, is they found DNA at the scene. Oh, wow, we got calls on just when I accidentally had that up on the screen for a minute. Man, it's amazing. Idaho suspect stalked victims for weeks and wore gloves after quadruple. Yeah, that's the same as the other one. He's not stupid and has been very careful. Yikes. Jesus. Hey, thank you so much, WL and Rad Story. And so, what a cool, great start for the month. So now I'm going to take some of these phone calls now. Let's see what happens. I do have images and so forth. I'm just not sure. Some stuff I don't know where it comes from, and sort of don't really feel. Oh yeah, so somebody mentioned something about, was that the Twitter post that you sent? Okay. This guy named Omar Al-Wardian on Twitter says, murder suspect Brian Christopher Kohberger has been linked to the crimes via the following evidence: DNA in the home, owner white Honda Elantra, video surveillance of vehicle, electronic forensic Bluetooth device scanning from vehicle on smart speaker. And then down below he said, I would like to make a correction to the original post. Correction needed for electronic forensic Bluetooth device scanning from vehicle on smart speakers. The update is forensic data collection from smart devices which held logs of Bluetooth MAC addresses for nearby scanning. And I don't know who that person is, but it just sounds like, it's not... like it would be kind of strange for some random person to even give a damn about something like. But right here it just says a MAC media access control address, sometimes referred to as a hardware or physical address, is a unique 12-character alphanumeric attribute that is used to identify individual electronic devices on a network. An example of a MAC address is, that right there. So he sounds like all of this is confirmed via a sworn affidavit filed in Idaho Superior Court, which triggered the warrant for murder. I encourage everyone following the post to watch the news conference. So apparently, there are people that have probably got to see the warrant or have a connection to somebody that has seen the warrant. And we're given information, so we'll just see if that's true or not. It has a ring to being true, but I can't tell you that it's true or not. And it's hard to even say that when it's in a news article, but you can at least feel a little bit more confident when it's in a news article. Do you agree with that? Well, the two surviving roommates, there's a few ways to look at it. Were the 4 people killed because they were the 4 people that got home after 1:45? Were the 2 that survived, was it merely because they weren't home after 1:45? Or was it that the killer went in to kill all the women in that house and those two locked their doors, and there was too much noise made on the first 3 women, including, and then a fourth person, Ethan. I think Ethan wasn't supposed to be there. He was somebody, I don't even know if he knew. Let's say he was on that back street waiting. He wouldn't have been able to tell if Ethan was there. He wouldn't know that. So he goes in there and he has to attack Ethan as well. So Ethan's probably somebody that never should have been there, and he wasn't part of the plan. And maybe there was too much noise made on the first killings, and he just got out of there really quick out the sliding glass door, and that's why you hear him speeding away. You know, maybe he did speed away. Well, we don't hear him speeding away. His car speeds away. And maybe that is... I kind of doubt that those are his car tracks. I think he would have gone out that back way. Yeah, so anyways, let me get these phone calls here. Alright, call in user 1 or whatever. Hello? Hello, who's this?
This is Clive. I called before.
Yep. What do you got?
But yeah, I just wanted to like talk about the case. And I still don't think that the Moscow Police Department has all the evidence. I still don't think that they got the killer on DNA. Possibly,
why not?
Maybe.
Why not?
Because I don't think, like, this is a guy that...
but it's already been reported that they used forensic genetic genealogy that led right to him. Is it for fact? Well, it's been reported as that, yeah. So.
Oh. Did the Moscow PD report that?
They haven't put it on their site, no. But, you know, the inside, the people that have the sources that share things with
That's
them.
what I'm saying. There's a lot
Okay,
of...
so you wanna just... Okay. So pretending that none of these people have sources at all.
Yeah.
So how did they find him then? He's just a shill?
I think definitely with the vehicle. And I guess like he must have been in the area, and with the ping information, maybe he used his phone, or his dad used the phone, and somehow that's how they like pinpointed him to the murder scene. But I don't think they found DNA evidence. He can't possibly be that dumb, you know?
But they did, so...
Oh.
I mean,
but there's a lot... What I'm trying to say is that social media, for example, like, there's a ton of people just posting a lot of made-up stuff. There's like video going out reportedly.
Yeah, but
about,
CNN's the one that reported that they use forensic genetic genealogy to...
CNN?
Yeah, CNN did. I mean, I'm not saying, you know, like, I mean, I don't like CNN as well, but
I don't know,
it's like, you know, it's a pretty high level of news outlet to put that out there, though.
Yeah. I mean, CNN could be a reliable source, but I don't think I would go to CNN for, like, news regarding the case. I think we need to rely on like the court or the Moscow PD. If the Moscow PD doesn't say it, then
yeah,
I don't think I'm gonna believe it.
I usually trust like the larger news outlets. They're pretty good about vetting what they put out. I trust them.
Unless,
but I mean, but they're not always right. But in the affidavit, it's going to say that. I guarantee it. You're going to read it in the affidavit. So we could sit here and do all this crazy speculation about it not being true and then what they use, but that's just a waste of time.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Unless someone leaked it to CNN from the Moscow PD.
Yeah, they're sources, you know, the ones inside.
Oh yeah, sources.
They can't name them.
Weird.
Well, they can't really say, you know, sources inside don't say, they say you can't say my name because they'll get in big trouble. But
oh yeah, I know.
You know, news outlets have connections all over the place and get things leaked to them, and you know, I trust them like 90% of the time. Sometimes they're totally bogus, but it's not really that. This has been reported on a couple different places now.
I guess it's a possibility that they probably got the killer on DNA, but you gotta remember, this is a party house. You know what I mean? So DNA is not gonna prove that much unless you have the weapon. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they have found the weapon. You know, so if the weapon hasn't been found, but you have the killer's DNA in the house, that doesn't prove anything. It just doesn't prove anything because it's a party house. So his defense will be, well, I went to the house.
All right, so this 28-year-old grad student from Washington State can explain why his DNA is going to be at that party, at the house.
He could be like, what
if all the other people say, I've never actually seen him there. Yeah, he can come up with all this crazy shit in a story, but the DNA that they have is going to be DNA that means it's from the killer. It's not some random touch DNA on a cup or a glass or something like that. The DNA that they're using for the arrest is going to be DNA that is directly associated with the killer, either a blood sample that's not one of the killed individuals, or skin underneath the fingernails, or off of the hands, that there's sweat from on, some kind of a DNA on the girl's hands after their defensive wounds. So,
yeah, absolutely.
So,
I agree
all right,
with
cool.
that.
All right, excellent. All right.
Because there were it was reported that some of these victims had defensive wounds. So if they had defensive wounds, they must have tried to grab the knife away.
Okay.
And they probably touched the killer.
Yeah, I know. All right. Anyways, I think this guy, he's absolutely going to be the killer, and he, you can, if you want to go over there and try to, help out on the defense team or whatever. That's awesome.
No.
But in this case, obviously, I just don't think it doesn't seem like you're really taking into account, any of the information that's been put out there by the news outlets. You're just kind of.
I'm not trying to troll or anything like that. I'm just trying to present a different scenario.
Yeah, but it almost seems like you're trying, what do you call it? It's, you're trying to do mental gymnastics just to try to be contrarian, when the contrarian point of view doesn't even make a lot of sense that you're saying. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's better. It's cool when it's a completely plausible response that contradicts or counters what is known or what we're talking about, but it's not. It's just sort of I just don't think they must have just used a car, because there's no way he would have left his DNA there. Yet that always happens in cases where you think, wow, how likely, dumb, but he left his DNA there.
Yeah, it's likely that he left his DNA, but I don't believe that because they haven't revealed that yet. Until we see this case go into court.
Well, we're going to get the probable cause document. We're going to get to know when we see the probable cause, but we also know because news outlets have inside sources that let them know ahead of time, and we see it in every single case. The bigger ABC, Fox News, CNN, ABC, NBC, those kind of people, they have sources all over the place, and they tell them things, and they are almost always correct. So while there's a chance in hell that they don't have DNA, it's very unlikely. So I don't want to spend any more time talking about it. Is that cool?
Okay. So we could agree to disagree, and
I'm not going to agree to disagree with you. I think you're going to be 100% wrong. I mean, I know you're going to be wrong, so I'm not going to agree to disagree. I don't do that one. I think you're just trying to be a contrarian for no reason, really.
But I'll say this. Let's say that there was DNA found, right? Let's say there was DNA found. We don't know what sort of DNA was found. We don't know if it was defensive wounds that was transferred.
Yeah, I just told you the DNA itself is going to, the DNA that they found is DNA that is going to be from the killer. That's why they know that it's him. It isn't some random touch DNA off a glass in a kitchen. Okay, so I've already gone over that part, so you're kind of doing that again. We're just going in circles now.
What I'm trying to do is try to figure out what his defense will be. So for example, let's say
we already went over what his defense might have been on another show. Like he could say, "Hey, they invited me over for a party and we had rough sex, and therefore that's why my skin is underneath their fingernail.
Exactly.
Okay, listen. Okay, yeah, that's great. But no, it's not going to work. Sure, he's going to have to try something like that once they come up with the. They're going to come up with a theory, and once they know what the charges are going to be, then he's going to have to come up with a whole, counter to it and pretend that these various things happen. It'd be interesting to know what the little details are that Steve Goncalves is noticing regarding communications with.
Yeah, with the victims.
Yeah, so we'll see how that goes. But anyways, I'm going to get these other calls. So.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you taking the call, and
the contrarian.
I'm glad that you reached. I'm glad you reached 100K, and who knows?
Yeah.
And like you'll reach 1 million soon. So.
Well, I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be 1 million, but anyways, what's up?
All right.
I don't mind you coming in here, but when you do a contrarian thing, make sure that your contrarian information is stronger than the other information. Because then it's kind of like, because it's not even close. Like just saying that there's no way he would have left his DNA because he would be a dumb criminal. That doesn't make sense. It's just people leave DNA at crime scenes all the time, even good ones.
Yeah.
Good criminals.
Yeah, I was joking about that. I mean, it is possible that he left his DNA. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's more than likely that he left his DNA, but the defense will be, like how you mentioned before, that, I was just partying. They invited me over. So what is that going to prove to a jury, unless they have, like, the weapon and concrete evidence with, like, how you mentioned, defensive wounds? If his blood is not on the victims or, like, fingerprints on the victims.
we just went on. I just explained all that a minute ago, so you're just doing the contrary version of the same thing that I just said. I just said that it's very, very, very likely that the DNA that they found points directly to a killer, an unknown blood source that doesn't match any of the victim at the scene, skin underneath a fingernail, or some sort of, an item left behind that belonged to the killer. I mean, we don't really know what it is, but it's not going to be some random DNA sample that they just went, and it could be anything. I guarantee it. So
yeah, but there isn't
a but to what I just said, though. That's the thing.
No, I mean there are times. I'm not saying that it has happened in this case, but there is times when like DNA is tampered with. Like just look at the Moscow Police Department.
We're done with that now. I'm not going to keep talking about it now because now you're going into the tampered DNA scenario.
This is a good point.
It isn't a good point.
So like when the forensics.
Yeah.
No, look, when the forensics team, they went in, there were no gloves. There's footage of like a lady coughing on like looking at something that she coughs, and then she takes a swab. Yeah. It was very unprofessional. So
so you saw like one little clip, and all of a sudden the whole scene's been contaminated. Okay. All right, man. I gotta get going. Have a good one, man. I gotta go. I gotta get another go. See you later.
You too.
Bye. Jesus. You guys, you know what? You guys always say I'm so mean, but you gotta admit, like I have to put up with that. They're gonna go down the route. Yeah, it was all contaminated. Give me a break. You guys are crazy. 216. You're on.
Awesome.
Hello. You're on.
Yeah, Gray.
Yeah. You got to turn down the audio in the background now. You can't use that to listen to the show with. You got to use your phone.
Okay. I got it, Gray. This is Devin. I was calling because they're talking about all the DNA that they found linking the suspect to the crime scene.
Yeah, are you the exact same caller that just called in?
No, first time, long time.
Okay. So what? The DNA. Yep. I think you're the same caller. You just muffled your voice a little bit.
No, this isn't the same caller, Gray, but like the DNA. Do you think there's a reason other than him being the suspect? Like, that maybe it's there? Like, do you think maybe it could be contact DNA? Like, let's say there was a party or something.
Hey, let me take over the call now. Now, I don't know. I mean, it could have been the DNA from any particular reason whatsoever. We don't really know at this point.
But that's what I'm saying, Gray. If we don't know, how do we know we have the right guy?
Look, I know you're the same caller. You had another call coming in, and you have the same voice. You just muffled it a little bit. That's pretty good, though. That's pretty good.
No, I'm just saying, Gray, like, we don't know,
but how come you're not
exactly what...
But you're the same caller that just called in, right?
No, I don't know why you keep saying that, Gray. I'm not the same caller.
Well, because you sound exactly like him, and you're saying exactly the same thing that he just said.
I was on hold, Gray.
I know that you're on hold.
What the last caller said.
I know that you're on hold. But it sounds like you put a couple cotton things in your mouth, but you sound exactly the same, and then you bring up the DNA again. All right.
No, but I have been under the weather, and, like, I'm congested, Gray. And so, but anyway, we don't know exactly what the DNA was, so I'm just like, maybe this isn't our guy, Gray.
Right, that's exactly what the other caller said. I think he is the guy. So, all right, well, hey, you got your opinion out there. We'll talk to you next time. All right. Jesus. Hey, hold on. I'm going to do a poll here. Just a second. What? Here we go. And here's the poll question. All right, go ahead. Let's see. Was that the same caller? Come on. What are we at here? How could you have two callers in a row saying the exact same thing? Wow, look at that. 13% of the people were fooled. Unbelievable. Yeah. There's no way that wasn't the same one. Man, the chat's going by so fast I have it set at 2 minutes. How's that doing that? I guess we have a lot of members that watch, so they don't have to wait. Wow, so there's a good 50 people that said no. Man, those are the same people that believe in aliens and EVP reading. I didn't even need my hearing aid to distinguish. Right, the voices sound similar. It was just muffled a little differently. And then they said exactly the same thing. I mean, maybe they're like hanging out together at the same house. These two guys. Maybe they're brothers or something. Thanks, Martina M. Said exact same thing with the exact same voice. Yeah. Maybe there are two kids that were given up for adoption that are actually twins, and they think exactly the same and happen to call my show on the exact same night, just one after another. Man, I never thought of that possibility. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Right. All right, Pool of Zinda, you're on. What's going on? Hello. Hello, Pool of Zinda.
Said exact same thing with exact same voice. Smiley face.
Yeah. Pool of Zinda. Pool of Zinda. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Gray.
Hello. Hey, what's going on?
Happy New Year, first of all, and congratulations on reaching your 100K.
Well, thank you. I think I get some kind of a silver play button at some point. I don't know if it doesn't show up on YouTube or anything. But,
yeah, I think you get it sent out to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was phoning in about, are you aware of Google Trends?
Hold on one second. Let me turn down this.
Did he have 2 phones or just 2 Skype accounts? What if it's just a party line? Gray? Embarrassed smiley face.
I don't know what he was doing. All right, I'm turning that off. Okay, say it again. I had to turn that off.
Are you aware of Google Trends?
Yeah, I know what Google Trends is, yeah.
It's just, given that none of these kids were, famous before this incident, they have been searched almost at what seems like the same time in August, April, March and January of last year. Now,
who?
What
are you talking about?
Xana, Kaylee, Maddie, Dylan, and
but I wonder if it's sort of like sometimes these websites you type in something like, even if you use the search where you can find the date for like 2019 to 2021 to look somebody up, so you avoid the new news. You still have articles that were written back then, but they put on those same older articles the new information. So it's like, even though the article was originally written in January 2020, you have the information about Xana and them on the new articles. So I wonder if maybe it's something like that.
But these are searches, actual Google searches that were made, not articles or anything like that.
Yeah, I'd have to see something like that.
But Ethan
where are you reading this, on Reddit or 4chan?
No, nothing like that. It's on Google Trends. If you just type in Google Trends, then do a search on like Ethan, Kaylee, Maddie. Ethan was searched 48 times in January 2022, 25 times between February 27th and 5th of March 2022. And they were all kind of searched at the same time. So it seems like there's been someone, searching for.
Well, that's sort of interesting. On August 14th, Ethan Chapin was searched 8 times. And isn't that the time? Does it show you where it came? Oh, yeah. And then
it's actually
Idaho,
Seattle, Tacoma,
and Washington.
Yeah.
Well, let me just look. So what is this saying here? So there was, well, it says 8. Ethan, is that what that means? Like 8 times? And then this up here says 100. So let me click on that one. I don't know. Does it allow you to do that where you can click on the different date? So I want to know where those searches were from. These are the recent ones. Like from November 13th.
Yeah.
There's a shitload over it, but that's all we're seeing right here. But I'd like to see where it would be interesting to see if the ones on the 14th here came from Idaho and Washington, because then he'd be in either place.
It was Seattle, Tacoma, because if you type in Seattle / Tacoma, Washington, it'll give you the same numbers.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I'm just saying if you type in Ethan Chapin in Google Trends on August 14th, his name pops up. I'd like to be able to click on that to see where those searches came from, but it doesn't let you.
44 of them came from the Seattle.
Well, where does it say that though? I just told you it doesn't say that on the screen.
If you go to United States.
Yeah, I'm looking at the United States right here.
In the top left, up a bit.
Yeah.
No, go to the top of the page.
I am at the top of the page.
It's where it says United States, and you can click on.
Yeah.
You can click on there and do a search for Seattle, Tacoma, Washington. Yeah, there. Yeah, you had it there. Where it says United States, and there's a drop down. Yeah, that one.
So
type it.
That one's not there anymore, the August 14th one.
If you type in Seattle, Tacoma, Washington, the August 14th one, he was searched 44 times.
Well, I have it right here. It says Seattle, Tacoma. There's nothing on August 14th for him.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking
There
at
wasn't
Dylan.
one in May.
Sorry, I'm looking at Dylan rather than Ethan.
Yeah.
But out of all the kids, Maddie seems to have been searched the most.
It's not, Joel. I just clicked on it, Joel. You're wrong, Joel. It's not a clickable link. I clicked on it. It doesn't go anywhere. I clicked on it multiple times. It didn't do it. Yeah. Let me just do Idaho and see what happens. Okay, well, August 14th, Ethan Chapin. Now it says there's 36 times, but that doesn't match the 8 times that was said on the larger one. So I don't know. It's just, I don't really understand that part. I mean, it looks like he was searched
I'm new
in
to it
May,
myself.
and way up here, 97 times in January.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, does it matter if you put like quotes around it or anything? Yeah, that even came back with on August 14th, 30 times. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of interesting. Like, hey, you know, maybe somebody, the killer, was looking them up and trying to figure out more about him, because that's about the time that he went to the university, right?
Yeah. And like I say, all the kids show the same kind of numbers at around about the same kind of time, but Maddie's seems to be the most. Then Kaylee.
Yeah, well, I have I did one for Pennsylvania, and so because I sort of feels like he was looking into him before he went there, like he already had a plan.
Yeah, and if you put his name in, his name was searched before his name came out as well. So
it sort of makes you wonder. I don't even know. Then it's hard to know what to make of this. Like how accurate it really is. Because why would anybody really be, looking into him? His name.
No. I'm suggesting he was searching himself to see if he was popping up anywhere.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. So like people in the, somebody in chat is clickable. Look at, I'm clicking on this many times and it's not clickable. It's just a point where it gives you data on it. So it's not.
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of an interesting thing to look at for sure.
Maybe just allow you looking if you've got a minute later on, like just.
Maybe I'll ask my friend who knows all about this stuff. That's what he does.
Yeah, I'm new to this as well. I just found this tonight, so I'm not that used to using it myself.
Yeah, let's see. Because Madison has 1D, right? Yeah.
I think Maddie was the search term I found it under, rather than Madison.
So September 18th, November 20th to November 26th, but that makes sense because she.
Yeah.
But it's weird. So this one is, September is odd to have that many for somebody who.
Yeah, that wasn't known. I mean, she didn't have a YouTube channel or anything like that, as far as we know. So these kids weren't famous before this happened. So it's just strange that someone's been searching for them.
Yeah. All right. Well, cool. Well, that's interesting. I'll have to take a look at that some other time.
Sure.
Kind of a rabbit hole at this point, but
yeah, it's a bit hard to do it sort of mid-show, I know.
Yeah.
But once again, congratulations on your 100K, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the show.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, Gray.
Right,
bye then.
See you later. Bye-bye. Pool of Zenda. I think Pool of Zenda's been around a long time. I've seen that name for years. How would you know that, Isabel? Just some guess that you're throwing out there from Reddit somewhere? All right, 734, you're on.
Hello?
Hello, yeah.
So yeah, I just wanted to chime in here and just say from, like people are, they're seeing that, he's, the person in question, is Brian or whatever is trying to say he's innocent, but I completely agree with you, Gray, because just from a digital forensic point of view, or if you want to just look at just the data of the DNA on top of all the other pieces of proof. I mean, a lot of people they don't understand that the FBI has a top secret clearance on top of all the digital forensic evidence on top of the DNA, and there's just no way they don't have the right guy. I mean, I feel like I could have figured this case out in maybe an hour or two. Not an hour or two, but like just if I had all the pieces of data the FBI has, I could probably figure it out, in a day or two. I feel like.
Well, I think the killer. The only thing that they may have had originally was a white car driving and a DNA sample, and that's it. So what they did was his DNA wasn't in CODIS, so then they did forensic genetic genealogy and got the guy's name. So that's
right.
I mean, it takes as long as that takes.
That could be one piece of the evidence, but there's also the digital probably end of it, which he obviously probably touched these girls' websites, and so there's also that piece of it, and
those things that maybe point to him, I'm sure, but
right, exactly. But there's you guys were just checking the trends, and you guys were asking questions. Oh, well, why is there a spike here? There was a spike there because there could have been like the database reaching out to it. There's a lot of white noise you can see.
It was August 14th. That was when he moved there. There was no murders. There was nothing.
So if we could actually see the logs of the server, we could determine what's actually reaching out to it, and then you would be able to say, oh, is this just an error? Like something that's being aggregated and not actually somebody searching. So let's say the killer was actually looking at the website, or somebody's name specifically. The FBI is going to have the top secret level clearance. You're going to be able to dig through the data very quickly.
Yeah, they can get that, to see who is there one particular person that keeps searching all four of these people's names.
I'm sure because people's phones, for example, they have something called a user agent string, and your browser specific, the version of your phone is specific, so they can, even though you're trying to mask it with a VPN or something, the FBI is going to be able to see exactly what you're looking at.
I used to have to use I do Python scripting where I'd have to go out and sort of scrape data for SEO purposes off of websites, but after a while they start going, hey, wow, we're being the same person keeps trying to, the same device and keeps trying to come on. So I had to use this script where I put a dictionary or a list of different user agents, and then it would randomly go through different user agents as it made a call, or went out to the website, so that it thought it was coming maybe from Firefox one time, Chrome another time, that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So there are the scramblers, but it's going to come from one cell tower. They're going to be able to, zone in on it, and there are ways to, figure out the digital footprint. Obviously, the top secret level clearance that you're not going to be able to, we're not going to be able to go into that on that show, but they're going to know that there's different digital fingerprints out there that at the higher levels that these guys are going to be able to figure out. But I mean, that's another piece of it. I mean, the thing is the way that I kind of like to look at stuff cases like this is basically if you have a aggregate of all this data, and then trying to you can separate it by indexes, that's what a lot of these computer scientists are doing. Is, you know, if you separate it by indexes, let's take the car database for example, right? So the car database, you know, you could probably, you know, have a you know, a list of all the white Hyundai, you know, basically the specific make and model of that car, and then you could look at the age range. There's a ton of different ways that you can look at just, you know, just that specific piece of data. But if you overlap it with all the other pieces of data, you know, you can start to really comb through,
narrow it down.
And, yeah.
Like you could get like if you got a profiler, and they're pretty good a lot of times to start with. You could say, yeah, I think he's between this age and this age, and then you'd say white Elantras. You could even, but the problem, one problem is Elantra was it's from Pennsylvania, but I guess I mean that would have been a problem. But you know, let's just say you narrow it all down and you put in all these different factors. You put that in there, and then you start adding. It's just really similar to like circumstantial evidence. You know how if you stack enough circumstantial evidence together, it starts pointing exactly at one thing. So it's just like this. You start putting in all these different elements from different things, and then boom, 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 it really starts narrowing down to. But that might have been what they might have done later. Like they could have been struggling, and then once they got his name, then they put all the stuff together, really, and then it's like, oh, this guy's it.
Yeah, after you get the pieces together, you know, obviously the topper end people are going to be able to figure this shit out. But I think that you are portraying a lot of the stuff that, you know, the top secret, you know, clearance guys are looking at, but you have to remember all that shit is already aggregated, and then they can kind of just comb through it a lot quicker, which is interesting. So anyway, Gray, I've enjoyed your show, so keep on doing your thing, man.
All right, man, have a good one. Thanks for calling in. That was interesting. Thanks.
Yep.
That was good. All right. Yeah, no, it's crazy out there. Like I was saying before, I have to do scrape. You know, you scrape data for, you know, for SEO purposes, search engine optimization. So you go out there and like you'll grab a website, you'll grab the title tag, the meta description, the body copy, and that kind of thing. And what you're trying to figure out is why did these channels, why are they ranked so high? And you try to figure out like what did they have in their title and stuff. So you go to their websites and you're just trying to go through all of these things, and after a while they detect that there's some account trying to come in there. So you have to change the user agent on your sort of the, I don't know what you call it, it's like a mock browser, but it's coming through Python, and then it changes it so it looks like, as it's making the call to the site, that it's Firefox or Chrome or even a cell phone, and it changes it up to try to trick them so you can scrape for longer. Then after a while they start looking at your IP address, and then you're screwed. Once Google detects and finds your IP address doing that, if you're trying to scrape Google, it just you're screwed. Just locks you out. Anyways, what's going on, everybody? And when I'm saying what the scraping on the internet's a normal thing, that's how people do it. It's like data mining, trying to get information to try to figure out how to do something. That's how everybody does it. There's even websites that you pay as a service because that's all they do all day long. They just have 10,000 different things out scraping, gathering data for you to use. Yeah. I did. You don't have a clue what I'm saying? Well, you know, Python's a computer program, right? So in the computer program, you can have it go out to the internet, go to a website, and take and collect information like the title of a website, the meta description. Meta description is what you see when you do a search, that little block of text that's on there. That's what that is. And then you can put it all together, and it starts helping inform like how did they move up, and then you can help your clients put better title tags and so forth on their sites to forget it. It's really boring shit for you guys. But anyways, I'll be back in a second. I gotta go get a Coke or something. Hello?
Hey, Gray, I just wanted to ask you a question on the DNA. Do you think the DNA is real?
Yes, I do, troll. Get the hell out of here. Hey, thank you, Mealy, Zila, Emily. Yes, we finally hit the number. Boom. That damn DNA stuff, I tell you every time. All right, 715, you're on.
Victor.
It's Ivan Victor. Wow, what's going on, Ivan Victor?
Yes, sir. How are you today?
Not too bad.
Well, I have a couple things that come to mind with Kate. So, have we yet figured out if so he's graduate student, he's this, he's that, I understand. Do we think that the teacher who is giving him all these praises might just be covering her track? Has anybody thought of that idea?
Covering her tracks of what?
Well, let me just say this. Like, if he is just low-life nobody,
She should have seen it, right? She should have seen it and reported it, right?
Correct. Sorry, I used that word.
Oh, God, everybody. Ivan said correct, everybody. Type it in. Here we go. Correct.
Admonish me. Admonish me.
Admonish me. There we go. It says correct in there about 50 times. There we go.
I love it. I love it. No, but this is my thing. Like, I hate all this after-the-fact nonsense because this is how I see it, Mr. Gray. Like, I can't get over the fact this person seemed like regular person to me. Like, I know everybody say he seemed like weirdo, he seemed like creepy, but I'm telling you, Mr. Gray, if I see this person in public, he just seemed like regular person to me. Am I wrong for that?
If he was walking around on the street, you might have thought that, but you also have the stories where he was literally put into a system at a bar because of his strange behavior.
Oh, but so in my 20, I used to work for bar and promote concerts and things like that. And let me tell you, to get put on listen bar, it is very low barometer. And I do feel as if these girls who were probably hit on 100 times a day had a good barometer for them. My other point of contention that I wish to arise is, okay, just stay with me here. So, do we know for certain that he did or did not have prior contact with girls?
We don't know for certain, but his dad, Kaylee's dad, seems like he said that they've seen some sort of something. I don't know what he's referring to, but some kind of a connection. So whatever that is, we don't know yet.
Okay, and do we know for sure? Do we know for sure what his movements were after killing?
Well, we don't know for certain, but there was a car, a white Elantra, speeding away, apparently, that drove by the A&W, and then it went by the Exxon gas station on Highway 8. Apparently, you know. We don't get to know. We're going to know all of this stuff on the probable cause document.
Yes. I've had such document placed with me. So I did 3 years in maximum security USP. Now the only reason I did 3 years in maximum security is because I escaped from county jail. So my case was minimum custody level, but because I escaped from county jail, they put me in maximum custody.
Why did you try to escape from, or why did you escape from county jail?
Well, I tried. I didn't try. I did. The reason I escaped from county jail.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I escaped from county jail is because I was in jail and I was sick of being there.
Yeah, I know, but didn't you know that? Like, how much time did you have to spend in jail? Why were you in jail for?
The reason I was put in jail is I was put in jail for possession with intent to deliver narcotics. Okay, and so they wanted to put me in county jail for 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
And in county jail, you do not have much access to anything. It is the same room every single day, and so I figured at the very worst, which I knew I would be caught, but I figured you better send me to prison if you're going to give me such time. And so I escaped from county jail, and then, in fact, I was not caught. I turned myself in after being on run for 9 months, and then that was the hardest thing I ever had to do, Mr. Gray, was turn myself in after being on run for 9 months. But I was turned in. I turned myself in after 9 months on run. I was actually on run in Seattle, not far from you, coincidentally. And so I was on run for 9 months, and then they gave me 3 years in federal prison.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you have a felony now? How do you own a liquor store with a felony?
Well, because the liquor license is in wife's name.
Oh, I see. You just get to work
Yes,
there.
sir.
I see. All right.
Yes, sir. Well, I yeah. I do my time. I did 36 months in maximum security USP, and the reason I had to sit in federal prison is because the group I was involved in was biker group, and so they were involved in other things. And so, you know how it goes. Like, if you get involved, like if you get caught in raid and other people are caught with other things, you sort of go down to them. And so, because I do not tell and I do not write statement, I sit full time.
Well, you.
But my point is,
Well, hey, let's go with this. How did you escape?
Yep.
Let's go over that part. I want to know that part.
Well, this is the key. Is so like when I was on county jail time, they put me what's on called Huber, which is called work release, and so they let me leave from every day from county jail to go to job. Correct? Sorry, that's the word you hate.
What do you mean correct though? That wasn't even the right time to use it. It's almost like you were just throwing it in there to say it, man.
So they let me leave every day. They let me leave every single day to go to work, right? And so I leave every day to go to work, and so I build up paycheck after paycheck after paycheck, and then after a certain time, I build up enough money, and then one day I go to work, and then I had I worked with a bunch of Somali immigrants who were here, who were brought over here, you know, after whatever we did over there. And so we have a lot of Somali immigrants here in Minneapolis, St. Paul area. And so I had one of the Somali immigrants take me to Minneapolis, St. Paul airport, and then drive me to Minneapolis, St. Paul airport on our work schedule. And one day I just go to work and I never come back.
So you were kind of on, like, it seems, I know you didn't like being in jail. Of course, that's why anybody wants to escape. But I mean, but you sort of had a pretty, you know, you go to work, right? I mean, it wasn't like it was you're sitting in your cell all day. So it wasn't prison worse?
The hardest thing I ever had to do, like the prison was not the hardest. I couldn't. This is the best way I describe it to people. I could not, for the life of me, turn myself into jail every single day, and that's what you had to essentially do. And so some people are cut out for that life, and some people are not. But basically, every day you go to work, you punch in, you punch out, and then you come say, "Yes, I'm back from work, Mr. Officer. Please let me come back to jail." That was not what Ivan was capable of doing.
Well, then you were forced to be capable of doing that for 3 years in the prison. Did you have to serve 3 more, or how long were you in jail before you escaped?
I was in jail for essentially 6 months before I escaped. And then when it's all said and done, I got about 92 extra days for running away. But the difference is I did not serve it in county jail. I served it in federal prison.
So did it make you feel better that you were kept in the facility instead of having the freedom to go to work and then you check back into prison every day?
Honestly, yes. Because, like I said, some people are cut out to do that. Some people are not. I realized I was not. Like, some people did that fine, where they go to work every day, they punch out, they go to their job, and then they come back and say, "Yes, Mr. Officer, please let me come back to jail. Thank you very much." Ivan was not ready to do that. And so, you know, we discover what we're capable of, and we discover what we're capable of not. And so,
let me ask you this, though. But when you were in prison, though, did it actually felt better that you weren't even able to leave at all? But you were just stayed in there, but it felt worse when you could actually leave for 8 hours and then come back and check in? How come that felt worse?
Honestly, yes. It was worse as a human being, as a personal, as everything, because at least when you are in there for 3 years and you know you're not leaving, like, out of sight, out of mind is what they say, right? That's the comment, or that's the saying. And so at least when I knew I was in for 3 years, I knew there was no going anywhere. There was no doing nothing. I could not leave. I could not, you understand? And so when I finally was caught, and honest to God, sir, I was not caught. I was on run for
no, that makes sense. You said you turned.
Yep.
But let me ask you this: when you had when you were working, when you had you could work, could you have lunch with your wife or something during your lunch hour?
Well, you know, technically you were not supposed to, but you would have, you would have conjugal lunch, as they say, right?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. But you got rid of all of that shit when you went to prison.
Yes, sir. But you are right. You are right, and that is definite payoff. But I guess for people like me, and for many other people, like when you have that temptation, when you have that ability still, so when I was in prison, I knew that there was no chance of me ever having any of that. I knew there was no chance of me having drug or having freedom or having party or having drink or having smoke. And so it was not even a thought. It was not even a temptation. And so believe it or not, I know it seemed crazy. I know it seemed sick. I know it seemed strange. But when I was there for 3 years, I knew that 3 years was 3 years. It was not going to, there was no way to alleviate
So let me ask you this. So the part that you didn't like about the jail was that you were allowed to work and you get out of the jail, but it seemed like every day when you checked back in that that's where it was in the mind, not out of sight. It's like, oh, I'm now being
100%.
forced to go back and
100%.
be in a prison where if
Yes,
you're already
sir.
in prison, it's just kind of where you are. You're not thinking about,
I
oh my
felt-
God, I see what you're saying, but it's a little, it's like you were too analytical about the situation.
Perhaps, but it felt like every single day I was returning myself back into jail voluntarily. And that was a hard pill to swallow. Some people could hack it. Some people did it. But I think the difference is that the amount of time that I was expected to do it. So I was given 18 months worth of work release. Most people only get 3, 6, 9 months. And so because I had a great lawyer, I initially avoid prison and get long work release privilege. But in the end, it was a double-edged sword.
Sort of. I don't think most people have ever even thought of that aspect. Where like you're working and every day when you check yourself back in, it's like a psychological problem.
Yes, it is a psychological mind fuck. And so they expect
Well, you know what you should have
every
done
day-
was you should have pictured jail as a hotel. Maybe that would have helped. Hey, I get to stay in a nice little hotel overnight, and then I'll be out for work the next day. I think it was more like you just didn't perceive jail when you would come home correctly. Like you should have pretended it was something good, and then it would have
Well,
been.
it's funny you say that because when I was on run, I had two destinations in mind when I decided to finally run. And so like the decision to run was not something that was decided in one night. So like I ended up working lots of overtime. It was holiday season. I ended up getting lots of extra hours. And so when I finally decided to pull the notion and do it, I had two destinations in mind. I was either going to flee to Puerto Rico or to Seattle, Washington. And the reason I had those two places in mind is it figured those were the two furthest places from Minneapolis, St. Paul area that you could. And I figured if I got into any bullshit, it would be much easier for my family and friends to help me if I was in the upper 48 rather than some Puerto
Well, so
Rico
what made
hellhole.
you choose Seattle though? I mean, I know it's far away. You already said it was far away, but was there?
It was the absolute
What did you do?
furthest place
Okay,
away from Minneapolis,
right.
St.
I mean, I think
Paul.
that's what a lot of criminals do. I mean, look, that's exactly what's going on in this case. To me, it feels like this guy went as far away as he could from Pennsylvania in the United States to commit his crimes, all the way to Washington and border of
Well, and
Idaho.
that's the other thing about this case. Do we know for sure that this person went to go sit back in lecture and back in class after he slaughtered people?
That's what it's. That's
that
what they're
what you-
saying. They're saying he actually went back to finish the term there. He never
That's
left. I
almost-
don't think he actually left. He finished the term. So after the killings, he finished the term, and then he went back home for the holidays with his dad. That's what it sounds like.
That seemed remarkable to me because, I mean, imagine. So, like, every single day. So, like, when I was on run.
Yeah, I want to know more about that part of it. I want to know more about, like, when you were in Seattle, what would you do when you landed there? First of all, I mean, how did you have money and that kind of thing when you landed to get, and then what did you do, and like where'd you go?
Well, okay, so this is how it happened. So when I initially run, you get to remember, I was working a job where I was working holiday hour, and I was making $25 hour, and then overtime while I was on work release.
Oh.
And so I managed to save between $12,000 and $15,000 while I was on work release.
Yeah, because there's nothing to spend
And
it
so-
on really, except your canteen or whatever
Yeah.
the hell in prison there.
Yes, sir. And so, and so I saved a bunch of money while I was on while I was on work release. And then the other thing is that I got very lucky. This was back in 2014. So
did your wife still already have a liquor store at the time?
No. She was only girlfriend at that time. And so this is what happened is that I had $35,000 that I had made from criminal activity, and I had happened to buy Bitcoin at $600 a coin. That's how much it was in 2014.
Wow.
And when I get out of prison, it was $18,000 a coin.
And then it was $60,000 just last year.
Well, yes, you understand. And so I ended up becoming very, very fortunate as a result of all I wanted to do was use it as a manage of store of funds. I had no intention of making money, but I bought in nearly $40,000 at $600 of Bitcoin, and when I get out, it was $18,000 per coin.
Yeah, and then it's 60. So yeah, it's a lot of money there. It's
right.
1,060. Let's see, Well, if you got it at 600 and then it's 60,000, that would be what is that? 1,000. I'm not even sure what time multiply that is. It's like 1,000 times more than that even. It's like a crazy 1,000 bagger, they might call it. Just like.
I ended up becoming very, very fortunate as a result of something. All I was trying to do was hide it from U.S. attorney, okay? Because they were trying to seize everything I had. Because when I get busted with outlaw biker gangs.
What made you pick Bitcoin, though? Like, what made you go, ooh, Bitcoin's great to buy back then? That just doesn't sound...
You want to know the truth? The only reason I had ever even heard of Bitcoin was because of a website called Silk Road. And at the time, Silk Road was a site where you could sell and buy drugs freely. It was an open market. It was like eBay for drugs, basically. And on Silk Road, you had to purchase everything with Bitcoin. And at the time, I did not even intend for this purchase or this investment to be an investment. It was basically a sort of fund because I knew I could not put it in bank. I knew I could not trust it with women. I knew I could not trust it with friends. And so basically, I ended up putting $40,000 into Bitcoin when it was $600 a coin because of Silk Road.
So that's like 70. So you could buy like 70 shares of 70 Bitcoins.
Right.
And then when 70 Bitcoins gets to 60,000, it's like $4.2 million. That's pretty good.
When I got out, it was 18,000 a coin. When I buy in,
that'd
it was
be $2 million.
1,000.
Yeah. Well, pretty good. Actually, more than that, it'd be like 1 million. So then now, if you kept it and didn't sell any of it, you'd have like 4.5 million.
I sold 25% when I initially got out. We buy two business. We buy liquor store and bait shop, and then we also open 501c3 as homeless shelter in our local town because I have dealt with addiction my whole life, and so this is my way of giving back. And so that is where I'm at. And so we bought two business, and the girl who was my girlfriend at the time eventually become wife. And
yeah. All right, so let's get back to the part where you were in. So you were. How did you end up getting to go to Seattle? So they get to Seattle, but you had money, $15,000 from your work release and everything, and then you mentioned something about bikers or something.
Yep.
Well, what
so
about
when
that?
When I'm on run, so I decide to run because basically I run after 6 months on work release because like I said, I simply cannot take the simple day-to-day of having to turn myself back into jail willingly. I don't know if it was just a psychological thing with the time I had to do, or if I felt like I was caving in.
Right.
I don't know what it was.
So you went on the run, then you went to Seattle. So when you get to Seattle, what happens when you land there? What do you do first?
When I land at SeaTac is what it's called, Seattle Tacoma Airport. I land there, and the first thing I do is I Google marijuana dispensary because that is just when marijuana becoming legal for recreation use, and the first dispensary is 3.2 miles away from airport. So the first thing I do is I hop off plane and I take my carry-on. It's the only luggage I have. And here's the funniest thing, Mr. Gray, is the jail, or the address I had on my ID when I board plane was the actual jail address of the jail in Wisconsin. Because I had been there so long, I had to put a change of address in. And so I actually board plane with address from county jail in Wisconsin. And so I end up, I end up going to dispensary, and I go crazy like any person would for the first time being able to buy marijuana legally. And then I sit. And so I have about $18,000. Well, that seemed like lots of money. But when you have nothing to do except drugs and, well, nothing else, that money goes quick. And this was the shittiest motel you ever seen. I was right on the PCH, Pacific Coast Highway, as they call it, right? And so it was $300 a week. They didn't even ask for ID. I could not believe. And so I sat there for 5-6 months, and I went to the room went to the house that Kurt Cobain shot his brains out. I went to all sorts of places in Seattle.
Allegedly.
And eventually you start to run out of money. But here's the thing. Why did I turn myself in, you ask? Well, the reason I turned myself in is because my oldest son at the time now he's now almost 15. But at the time, he was just turning 5-6-year-old. And so I quickly started to realize, as I weighted the gravity of the situation I had found myself in, there was no way I was going to be able to have a functional, normal life with my son.
So eventually,
on the run.
you turned yourself in and you did the time. So what was the biker gang portion of it that you mentioned?
Well, the biker gang was that's who I was running with when I initially got caught in the first place. Okay, so what I was doing for them was I was like a third-party independent contractor. I was simply a transportation outlet and vessel. So I was not an actual biker gang. But what I used to do is I used to drop off package and pick up other package for them. And so a majority of my time was spent in strip clubs and areas like
courier.
that. So I would go to correct. Sorry, that's the word you hate.
No, courier, not correct. But yeah, well, I said you were a courier. Never mind. Anyways,
I was basically a courier for Outlaw Biker Gang, black and white. Okay, and so I used to pick package up out of Wisconsin Dells. So my father owned a radio station, and so I grew up in Wisconsin Dells in Wisconsin, and so I had a very charmed life, one would say, and so I used to pick up package from various different adult ballets. And I used to, pick up the money from them and distribute them back to the clubhouse.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I'm glad you. It sounds like you're doing well now. You're out of the criminal aspect of life.
100%, Mr. Gray. I have been out for almost, 6-7 years.
Yeah, because I don't want to be doing shows where, look at that Ivan guy. Boy, he got back. You're on the news, Yeah.
No. I am 100% on straight and narrow. The nice thing about being an independent contractor for bikers is I do not have to do any nasty thing to get out of arrangement. They let me just free, release myself, so to speak. And so basically for the last 7 years, I have been totally on straight and narrow. Like I said, we buy two business. We actually own we open a 501c3 for a halfway house, for homeless shelter.
Nice.
And because I know how it is. If I had not made this financial purchase, if I had not made this play with Bitcoin, I do not know where my life would be. Okay. And so, I know that I was lucky. I know that I was fortunate. And so that's how I guess I give back, if you want to say that.
Oh, very cool. That's awesome. But I got to get these other calls, but I wanted to say I appreciate you telling your story. It was pretty interesting. I think people probably understand you better now or something like that.
I appreciate you giving me a platform. I feel like this person, the one thing I am surprised is, are you not surprised we have not had any more people come from the weeds who were connected to this person?
Yeah, I'm kind of a little bit. I have an angle on somebody that may have gone on a date, but I'm waiting to see if I get hear back from. But I haven't heard one girlfriend or anybody. It is kind of weird how there isn't really There was one guy that was on the news yesterday, but I never ended up playing it. But it was somebody that said, "Oh, I would call him in the morning, and we would go jogging for 6 miles." So that means there must have been somebody that was a friend that actually thought, "Hey, let me go ahead and call him up and go running together." You know, so.
Yes, right. I just find it very strange. Okay, so like even me, I've tried to live very much under radar and very much, I understand I have had some nefarious contact and such and so and so. But let's say I was Mr. Brian Christopher or whatever the fuck his name is. Okay, like if this were me and I commit these crimes, you would have 50 people who said, I know Ivan, and let me tell you about Ivan, and so forth and so on.
There are some, but nowhere near as many.
Yes, I feel like there's very few. And he's not some young pup. He's almost 30-year-old, okay? Like, think of how many colleges, think of how many schools, think of how many roommates, think of how many people this person has known. And nobody has come from woodwork. It just seems very strange to me how little we seem to know about person. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, thanks for calling in. I got to get these other calls, but thanks for calling in and telling your story.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
I listened to the whole thing. So pretty interesting, for sure.
Have a good night.
All right, man. Have a good one. See you. Bye-bye. Ivan Victor. Yeah, it made sense to me. I mean, maybe, you see him in chat. He's just, that's how he talks and everything, right? So the thing is, if I was going to repeat it, it was that he was in jail for, drug-related stuff. And he hated going to work during the day, but then having to check back into a place that he had no control over, and he was locked in there. So he felt like being in prison. So then he escaped. And then after 9 months on the run, he turned himself in. And I get what he was saying about the out of sight, out of mind type of philosophy. Like, you're in prison, there isn't any other option type thing. So he finishes his time, but he had purchased Bitcoin with the money that he had made on his work release program, and then some from the drugs that he did. And he bought a bunch of shares, $40,000 worth at $600. And then he was on the run. Then he served time in prison. When he got out of prison, it was at $18,000 a share, and it got up to $60,000 per Bitcoin at one point. But I know I thought it was an interesting story. I know we diverged off of the case, but it made sense. Yeah, remember that one? Well, come on, Zozo. You think the story we just heard was bogus? No way. No chance. Let's see. 913. Hold on a second. I actually have a relative that owns Bitcoin, and he did the same thing. He wasn't a prisoner in prison, but he had the same thing. Right. So who's 913 here? Yes. Hello. 913.
Oh, good. Oh, wonderful. You shouldn't. I mean, there were other callers, and that's okay.
Wait, you called in last night, right? I just want to.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, Michael. Mr. Gray, I wonder just how many other stories might unfold around that question. Working with Mr. Gray, working with motorcycle gangs, it's sort of like you never know what kind of crimes are committed after you pass the dope and the money. I have two relatives who did a similar work release type program, and they did quite well. Not in money, but just the fact that rehabilitated them. And it was interesting watching my relatives.
Right.
Get through the. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I just want to. I got other callers too. So what do you got, real quick?
I was just wanting to push in this thing about the recent releases, and I probably missed it, and I'm sorry, on your show, the disclosures about the alleged perpetrator. I mean, this guy is widely known. I mean, there's all kinds of people coming forth talking about him, I guess they're shocked about this guy. I mean, maybe he is a guy who thought he could outsmart even his peers there in these academies, going back to his bachelor. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, it does sound like some of them are shocked, and it seems like, but other people think he acted strange, but it doesn't seem like it's a consensus about his personality.
Well, there's this woman. I'm sorry I didn't write her name down. She was an instructor in, I believe, criminal forensics in his undergraduate days at the Catholic institution, the University of DeSalle. I don't know how to pronounce it. And she's been giving interviews, not about him, but talking about his, work. And I find it very interesting that they really did not. They really did not expect this. At least she didn't.
Well, nobody expects it, or you would have been telling people about him. He probably was able to hide it pretty well in the academic world, but when he was out in the public world trying to actually, sell himself or meet somebody, he wasn't able to do it, and that's why he became awkward.
Well, you think him traveling that distance, there are conflicting reports about him traveling from Moscow, Idaho, through Pullman State, Washington State, to Pennsylvania. There are conflicting reports that his parents enabled him, and there is a report on the questionable.
When you say report,
Daily Mail.
Yeah, I mean, he got a ride with his dad. Came and gave him a. I guess he flew in and then they drove back to Pennsylvania together.
And there are reports that from classmates that after he allegedly slaughtered these 4 students, that he was in class later. Is that correct? I mean, have you heard that?
That he what?
He was in class.
Yeah, he went back to class. Yeah. Yeah. That's what they said.
After slaughtering these students in Idaho, he goes to class and then gets picked up and goes back 2,500 miles to Pennsylvania.
I wonder if he was going to come back with the... He probably was going to leave the Elantra there and say, Dad, I'm just going to get my own car. I'll fly back, though. Because he wanted to get the Elantra as far away as possible. But I'm not sure why he needed his dad to be with him. Maybe just to throw things off a little bit. I mean, it's a little interesting what his dad might know. Maybe he told his dad a little bit more about whatever's going on that trip or something.
Well, I think you're being generous. But one thing I wanted to point out, you use extensive Google Earth on your shows, which I appreciate because I'm still learning how to do that. But you did a Google Earth search of the residence of the alleged murderer, and you pointed out you thought it was a drone thing because it's very forested terrain in Pennsylvania where his parents' address is at, correct?
Well, it's a private neighborhood, his parents. You can't get into it.
No, I saw the photographs that you were showing.
There's no street view because it's like a gated community.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you showed it. You did the Google Earth search, and it did look very forested in that area of the Poconos. I was very. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, it is. It is. I mean, yes, it's forested, but what does it have to do with anything?
So we really don't know, at least through you, what kind of house parents lived in that he was at when the SWAT team raided that residence.
Well, yeah, we just see the pictures, and that's about it.
But the pictures are mainly forested area. And did you notice it looked like a very gated community? I think that.
I just told you that a
You
minute
used
ago. I
it
just
for-
said it was a gated community. That's why there's no street view. You can't go to the street view.
Allegedly, his father had went bankrupt in 2010. However, the location where you showed the Google drone images, really, I mean, it
wasn't a drone. It was a 360-degree. Well, it was probably from a drone, but it was holding a 360-degree camera below it, and then they uploaded that.
Yeah. Okay. But the issue is, to me, is just how much money do these people come from, and would it be used to his defense, his criminal defense, to stop extradition back to Idaho? And do you know if he's lawyered up, to use the colloquial? Do you think has he lawyered up? Have you heard any of that about that?
Well, I know they had like a court-appointed one at first, just to do the sort of the basic, get him through the system. But that's about it.
So, and we have learned that the so-called PCA, the probable cause affidavit, was signed by a trooper from Idaho, and nothing more has been released until after his extradition. And I just want to caution your listeners and yourself that according to my reading of Kansas state law out here in Kansas, that they can suppress that. They can and very well will suppress the probable cause affidavit that actually shows the arrest warrant and why they are arrested. State legislatures around the country, most notably so-called conservative state legislators, as Idaho and Kansas are, seem to suppress this kind of public disclosure. So I just want to give that to you and your listeners as a former private detective, that there's a very good chance that we may be disappointed again about understanding and putting reverse engineering the murder of these four.
Well, I think the probable cause affidavit is going to have a lot of information in it.
Yes, I'm not saying it doesn't, but I'm just saying that it seems to be common practice among some of these conservative state legislatures to do that, to suppress the public disclosure of information from the court.
I don't think they're going to do it in this case. I think they feel like they sort of owe. They haven't been very open this whole time. They're finally going to have something, and they're going to share it.
Well, here in Kansas, the best people were the Kansas Press Association reporters that went to the State House over and over, and they still are, to try to stop the suppression of public documents. And I think it was an honorable thing that the Kansas Press Association did, and they still lose. I mean, it's very difficult to get the state lawmakers to change the law to allow these public disclosures. And, hey, great, you're doing a great job, and I'm glad to give you $1.99 a month. I'm free.
All right, man. Hey, well, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
All right, brother.
Bye-bye. All right. Let's see. Hey, Ivan, you got to... now people want you to have to prove your story. I was trying to I want to find something on newspapers.com or something. I thought it sounded pretty legit to myself. It sounded too crazy to be some kind of a fake story. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. I've already typed it in when he said it, I looked it up and didn't see it in there. So I don't know if a story like that, not a big charge would make it into into there. I don't know. Is there any articles out there, Ivan, on your story? You can send it to me. And thanks for the last caller to call in. I think he has the radio station in Kansas or something. All right, 973, you're on.
Hey, Gray.
Hello, who's this?
This is Sandy Starr.
What's going on?
Remember me? How are ya?
There,
Congratulations on your 100K.
Cool, well, thank you.
So, I don't know if anybody cares or if this means anything, but the area that this guy comes from, my whole, like, extended family, like aunts, uncles, and cousins moved out of the New Jersey area, like, city-like area in New Jersey over there in, like, the late 80s, early 90s. And it was a very strange place to live. Like, I would go visit there, and there was, like, nothing to do, but yet people were always getting into trouble. Like, I had a cousin, one of the cousins I had there, was shot at a gas station in the area by accident, supposedly. But all of my family members that lived over there did not do very well. It's not like a normal, like, town, is what I'm trying to say. It's a very strange town where they went to high school and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out what are you referring to, though? I mean, are you calling about this case, or?
Yeah,
Okay.
where he lived, where he went to high school, Pleasant Valley
Yeah,
High.
I mean, this is really okay. Yeah.
And like, just from going over to the area and stuff, it was a very, very strange, weird town. That's all I can really say. I don't know if it makes sense.
That doesn't. But that doesn't. I mean, what does that even mean? It's just sort of like strange, weird town. What would you even be implying with that? I don't do these kind of things where it's just sort of, it's sort of right in the realm of ghosts and EVP readings. Like, I mean, the whole town is weird and strange.
Not that, but just how they grew up. Maybe like the influences around the area. People who migrated to this area where it was to, like, get to a better, like, place, so to speak. Like, they had, like, you could get a brand new house over there where you couldn't afford it over here. You get a brand new house over there. And a lot of people went there for the nicer house, but yet their lives didn't become better, is what I'm saying. And this guy seems like it didn't better him. He became like, it's like an introvert, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what the town part of it has to do with it. I'm just sort of in a state of, I'm lost.
I guess it's more like my thing, because, like, when my family moved over there and I would go visit, it was like being in like another world. So to know that he came from there, I guess, is more like shocking to me. Like, oh my God, that place. But I don't know. I just wanted to call in, say hi. I guess
No, I mean, it's cool and everything. I mean, I know the thing is, it bothers people because I don't get as excited about those kinds of stories as other people want me to be, because they're into these sort of, it's more sensationalistic. Oh my God, what's going, ooh, is there something really weird going on in that town? And maybe that caused him to become a certain way. And man, this is all weird. And I just don't do those. So it's kind of like,
no,
so
I know you don't.
It frustrates some people, but
that.
I don't do those kinds of, those things. I mean,
I getcha.
But do you live around, right around where he's from, or?
To be like, I know that they all went to this one high school, so that's Pleasant Valley High School. But I think it served, because it's a rural area, I think it served many of the different towns because they were so small. But I just found it just bizarre to me. But I wanted to ask you a question, though. I heard you say that his parents were affluent, like well-to-do. Is that what they were saying?
I don't remember. I think a caller might have said. I don't remember saying that specifically. Maybe I read it in an article or something. I can't remember. But
because then I heard that the father was a custodian and the mom was a substitute teacher.
Okay, yeah, I don't remember ever saying that they were affluent, or I might have read something that said that.
Oh, but it seemed to me like they seemed like a all-American type kind of family, right? Like, I don't think that he was getting protection from them.
I don't know. I mean, it's weird that he flew all the way over there and then was driving back with him. I mean, kind of weird, but maybe it's not. I mean, maybe his son doesn't like to fly, so he thought, well, we could spend some time together. I go over there, and then they drove back. But it seems really convenient for Bryan here, where he probably was then going to leave the Elantra and fly back himself. So it's more like, hey, Dad, can you come get me, because I don't need the Elantra anymore. I've secured a car over here, so why don't you come here? We'll spend some time together. We'll drop off the car, and then I'll just fly back. Doesn't that make sense? Yeah, like, and then he's going to leave the Elantra there, because I think that Elantra was there was no chance in hell that Elantra was coming back to that campus.
Definitely not. And I feel bad. These parents seem very like unknowing about what their son was, and they're probably like just trying to be good parents and thinking they're doing a good thing for their son, and here he is using them. So it just kind of shows, like, I guess it just shows his true person, like he is all about himself and just a evil guy.
Right.
Because I don't think his parents are probably like, trying to like help him or anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. Well, I don't know much about the stuff that you were talking about at the beginning, but the other stuff, it was interesting. About the town being weird or whatever. It's just...
all I could say is that all the cousins that like went to that area, none of them, like I said, one of my cousins was almost died. She was shot at a gas station. Supposedly by accident. She was 19 years old, and the guy just had a gun and just shot her. But she lived, thank God. But none of the people who went there to go to school and everything, they did not become much and got into like really like rough crowds and stuff, and into drugs and into like just bad things.
Okay. All right. Well, sounds like some people had some bad experiences there.
Yeah. But all right. I just it was just weird to me, I guess. But I still want to congratulate you on your 100,000. I'm so proud of you.
Took a long
and
time.
You're doing a great job. And I'm glad that I was able to be here from the beginning to see this happen. So I can't wait to see 200K.
Have you called him before?
Yeah.
Like years ago? Not too recently though, right? Or
last time I called in was for the Gabby Petito.
Oh, that would have been a while ago,
Yeah.
All right. And what's the whole name again? You said, do I recognize it? Because I remember part of it. What's the name?
What name? My name?
Yeah.
Oh, Sandy Starr. Remember?
I remember. Yeah, didn't we used to argue all the time, you and me?
Yes, we did.
In the Kanika Jenkins case, the crazy shit, right? Yeah.
No, I was like the tarot reading person.
God!
But
you guys see what I'm talking about, you guys? See what I'm talking about? Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
but remember,
Wow.
I said I only did it for fun. It wasn't for like real.
Yeah, but you were doing
And then
stuff in the Kanika case, and you were throwing people off on the wrong direction. It was totally bogus.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh, there was
No,
a
I
little
wasn't
bit
in
of
the
that. You weren't?
Kanika.
Okay. Was it
I
the
was
Delphi?
after Kanika.
Delphi or what? Well, I've seen you out there, and I just, you know that I'm not into that stuff. So.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That was when we
Okay.
had our first like disagreement.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good
But
one.
it was good to talk to you, and
too.
have a great night, and keep
Yeah.
it going.
All right, you too. Thanks. Have a good one.
All right,
Bye.
take care. Bye.
Yeah, I remember her and I would argue all the time. That's why I was thinking, see, the strange town. I was already getting that vibe. Didn't I? Right off the bat, I said, like, psychic kind of. You remember that on this call? I said, yeah, it sounds a little bit like EVP psychic sort of stuff. Yeah. All right, 703. And we don't do that on this channel. So if you're a member that got your membership given to you and you're into psychics and stuff, you might as well just leave now, because I'm definitely absolutely not into that, nor any of the crap out there like spirit boxes and ghosts and all that shit. You can throw that stuff in the garbage. All right, 703.
Hey, Gray, I am not a psychic.
Oh, cool. What's going on? I'm not either,
I'm a real guy.
or I would have known your name right when you called.
Yeah, no, I was curious though. Like, you take a call from a guy. Crap, I forget his name. He sounds like kind of challenged. Like it was like a few calls before. Why do you take that guy's call? He sounds
The same reason I'm taking
taking
your call. The same reason I'm taking your call. You sound just as idiotic as you think he did.
Okay, now I'm a real caller, but the guy's
I think you sound just as idiotic as that caller did to you. So I'm sitting here listening, going, "Oh God, this guy sounds dumb," but I got to sit here and listen to you. But that's what you thought he sounded.
Okay. Okay, I've got a real question.
Do you have anything related to the case?
Indeed.
You got about 2 seconds.
Okay, related to the case.
All right.
It looks like you're wearing.
Okay, I gotta. You know what's funny is right now nobody can hear a word you're saying again. I know that you're doing the same thing. You're now he's talking about my Under Armour clothing and everything, and I'm about to let you go. Bye bye. See, that's the same troll that calls all the time. All right. He's like, here's my question. You didn't have one, all right? Yeah. So those are the kind of people we get on a nightly basis in here. The wacko trolls that call in. That was a troll. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he's out there dissing on Ivan when he doesn't even know anything about Ivan. He goes, why do you take a call like that? And I already knew he was a troll right when he said that. So then you just, he sounds just as bad as he's claiming that he sounded like. Yeah, so anyways, yeah, it never ends in here, but that is going to do it. That's, what is that? 3 hours and 50 minutes of shows. Although, let's see. Let me see what this one is right here. What was this article? This is one that Quietly Frozen sent. Is this crime podcast caller... This is from Daily Mail. The Idaho killer trying to put cops off his scent. Friend of Bryan Kohberger says it is him saying he was asked by frat boys how to get away with murder. Remember that one? In discussion of Idaho slangs as tape is passed to the FBI. I don't know. I mean, it's possible that he called in some of these shows. We don't really know. The man accused of the horrific slaying of University of Idaho students. Hey, it's 867-5309. It's one for you, troll. Yeah. Poor trolls. They're so just embarrassing. You know what's even weirder is how long they wait. on there. Just sit there and just wait and wait and wait just to get a chance at it. David, somebody named David sent me an email. He got ticketed for a seatbelt violation in Moscow. Oh, I think I turned off the sound, so it's not going to say it. But anyways, it would have said 100K, 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 100K. Thank you, Rhonda Mack. This person said he got ticketed for a seatbelt violation in Moscow, so they had his vehicle description and plates on file, so he may have swapped them once he realized this. Man, that's a pretty good point. Yeah. Yeah. If you want to, Ivan, don't, you don't have to do anything. Taking to TikTok to address a clip. Let's see. Is this the one?
I would lie about such things, but I email my booking photo and charges.
Is this crime podcast caller the Idaho killer? I don't know. Jeez. Isn't it the same girl that was on the other day? I think now she's just trying to extend her moment of fame. Because this is the same girl, right, that came out and said, look, that's him behind me over there. That's him. Because she knew him. And now there's this whole thing.
Call from
Dave.
Hey, what's up, Dave? You live?
Hey, what's up, man? Is this T-Rev?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Not much, man. I found you today. I watched your live earlier this afternoon and been watching this one. And the thing that strikes me kind of weird about all this is that I live in a college town, and I've worked with probably at least 10 Sigma Chi members. And, the one thing that every single one of them,
Yeah, I mean, maybe he was, if it is him, maybe he's trying to pass it off onto the Sigma Chi house. Like, that was one of the theories. But I don't know. This is getting weird now. Like, it's pretty strange. Well, cool, Ivan, if you feel like it. Thank you. And thank you, Amethyst Eyes. You guys don't even know what I'm referring to now. Now there's people voting on, was that the same caller that didn't even know what the hell I was talking about?
About case. It's been so long since it occurred.
Yeah, I don't really watch. I'm not here to plug somebody else's crazy little conspiracy shit. Yeah, that's right. 100,000. If you guys if you're out there, hit the subscribe button. Help out the channel and hit the like button for sure. That would be freaking awesome. I know it's hard. It's a really hard thing to do, to actually just press that like button, but it does exist for a reason. Where you can just press it and help out a channel. Alright, so let's go up here. Thank you to, I think it started off with Kubi, if I'm right. So Kubi, Amy Celeste, The Mike D Experience, Kathy Freidenmaker, Paul K is a new member, Cheryl Bullock, Your Gypsy, Kelly Snyder, Mag with a cat eye, Brown-Eyed Girl, Quietly Frozen, Eugenie, Model 457 Rose. Eat at the After. Mia. Tosh. Loretta Reyes. Ivan Victor. Ink Twin 9. Ivan Victor. Vegas Andrews. CC. Alley Cake. Lane Dune. Terry Schufer. Ivan Victor. Mrs. Kravitz. Gavel Geeks. Mama Schmida. Georgina Stoliker became a new member. Again, I guess. Maybe Sunshine. And now it says she was been a member for 20 months. So I'm not sure what YouTube's doing there. Relax Jack, member for 27. Maybe Sunshine 34. CC 22. Thank you guys for sticking around for so long. Chris 22. Little bit. 1 month. Stephanie H. 8675309 with the one of many of the. This is for you, Data Duder. 100K, 100K, 100K. Snarky Cinderella. WNC Granny. SO became a new member. Marty McFly. Cynthia Sanchez. Trevor. Jane C. Joseph Berkeley, new member. Mary Anderson. The Mike D Experience again, thank you. Amanda Johnson. Susan Smith. Not the Susan Smith. Be Nice Putty Cat, new member. 8675309 again with the 100K, 100K, 100K. TDR Drone, e-bikes, and scooters. So it's TDR Drones, e-bikes, and scooters. Ozzy Helen. Annie T with a double cat eye. Alley Cake double cat eye. Farka 3131. Trevor with a double cat eye. Iscaral Poost. Doohickey double cat eye. April Norman. Trevor was a new member. Katie Garrett, new member. Jermaine R. Martinez. Gerald Armstrong. Iscaral Poost, new member. Billy Juliana. Patty G007. Well, thank you, Zoza. Cindy Leon. Little bit. Wheatleby has been a member for a month. 8675309 with the 100K, 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 100K. Paula Voltaire. Snarky Cinderella. Quietly Frozen. A Bad Axiom. Sozo. Tracy B. Patty G007. Brianna 25. Mag for a bologna sandwich. Dreaming Girl. Courtney Robb. Garden Girl. Candalee Woodward Stone. Claudia Neubauer. Mustang Sally. Catherine. Run the World. Deanna K. Debbie L. Rad Story. Truth and Transparency. Maylee Zila Emily. And let's see. Martina M. Classical Guitarist. Brianna 25. Trevor. New member Lindblad Pencil Finger. Maylee Zila Emily. Let's see. Nicole. Georgina Stoliker. And Lean on Me. Then we got the
Congratulations, okay, your success 100K.
got on PayPal, Sarah Terry. Also Nicole Bennett. And then let's see. The Velvet Army with a very generous PayPal. Thank you very much. Very kind. And then Diane Jennings. I think there was one earlier today too from. Yeah, and then Roger H. Very kind there, very generous. And Marilyn O'Malley. And there you go. I guess Roger H again. Man, that was very incredible. Thank you so much. I didn't realize that. Anyways, thank you guys. That was awesome. Very good start to the year there. Thank you guys very much. Really appreciate it. And wow. Well, I hope you guys found the show interesting. It was a little bit disjointed, going all over the place with callers and stuff. But if you're hanging around the whole time, hopefully you get something out of it. Yeah, I thought it was even fun talking to Ivan about his stories there. What do you guys think? Yeah, it was a little disjointed. It gets that way sometimes on the shows where there's call-ins and everything. Yeah. So, all right. Well, I'm going to do a spin here. I think what we'll do tonight is we'll give away 2 everything tumblers and then one wow. Well, just 2 everything tumblers. That's it. Got to get the month started. I got to do try to get donations going earlier this month on my end. Oops. Okay. All right, you guys, we're going to do the spin. Do I have a Cash App one? Let me see. Oh, yeah, right at the end there. I guess it came in at, yeah, about 6 minutes ago. From Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. Is that the one you're talking about? So you get 2 slots in there. Well, thank you. Yeah, it just came in right at the end. Thank you for all the support you guys have given me last year, this year, so far already, one day in. You guys are awesome. All right, here it is. We're going to do 2 tumblers, everything tumblers tonight. Here we go. Here's one. Roger Harshbarger. Oh, there you go. You want a tumbler. All right. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. And here we go again. Trevor. All right, Trevor. And there you go. There we go, you guys. I'll do one wow just wow mug. Here we go. Here's the wow just wow. Patty G007. There we go. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for being here tonight. And first day of the year, New Year. I hope everybody has a great New Year this year. And, you know, for all these that aren't feeling well and have things going on, I hope it all gets better. You know, we'll put group positive vibes out there for everybody. All right. And I'm sorry everybody can't win on the spins. You know. You know, I wish I could just say everybody wins, but can't really do it. So, anyways, I really appreciate you guys all being here, and we finally got over the 100,000. Maybe in the next couple days we'll be at 101,000. I mean, who knows, right? But it's been really cool doing all these shows all these years with the freaks. That there's a lot of freaks that are here all the time supporting the channel every single day for a long time, and I really appreciate all of you, and hopefully we get some new ones that will be supporting the channel for a long time too. It's awesome. So anyways, we got a lot of stuff to do this year. I did get a text from let's see, the one from Colleen Fitzpatrick said, let's see. Said, hey Gray, boom, 2023, getting close to some action out let's see, out the lab on this end. Boom, 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 she wrote. Hey, look at there's Ivan, you can see his face now. Email Mr. Gray with your personal arrest record and life story so we know you're real.
Email Mr. Gray with your personal arrest record. So
Ivan Victor, that's funny. Yep, that's good. Poor Ivan. Yeah, so anyways, we'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, so I really appreciate the great start of the year here. We'll see you tomorrow, and who knows what tomorrow will bring. We don't know, but as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3
and a 4 and a 5 and a 6 and a 7
true crime thing for
and
quite
an 8
a while
and
now.
a
9 and a 10
and 11 and a 12 and a 13.
One person. Wow, you're in a mood. Crime dissector, plug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture.
Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector.
Fool deflector,
interceptor,
and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector.
on his pector.
With all respect,
y'all.
Just remember, I have a temper fucking check, y'all. I have no agenda.
I'm a pretender,
and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you later.
All right, everybody, that was really fun. That was a great show, Gray. I especially like Ivan's story. I didn't really buy it that much because I need to get all of his deets. You know, the deets.
Deets? Oh, you mean details? Where'd you come up with deets?
Well, you know, I've been hearing the slang around a long time, but yeah, I need to have Ivan's criminal record, his social security number, his.
Wow, you're a little bit nosy there. I believe this story. I thought it was absolutely true. Okay? I thought that was a true story. I mean, that would be something that would be hard to just sort of randomly make up. I know Gummo didn't believe it. You could tell by some of the comments Gummo was making, but I have a feeling it was absolutely a true story. If it's not, hey, you know, sometimes people don't tell the truth, but I believed it. Okay, everybody, we'll see you tomorrow, and be safe out there.
Good night, everybody. Jay.
Gummo's blocking me. Yeah, well, just I don't know why you don't believe it, just because you don't want to, but Anyways, we'll see you guys later. Be safe out there.